So, you have to really get your parking spot and then walk all the way here to the event center. So I appreciate you all coming. Can you see me over there? Can you see the screen, everyone? Okay. We're going to go ahead and start our board meeting. Okay. I'm going to call the meeting to order now at 12. What time is it? 12:33. Deaf time, deaf standard time, right? So now I'm going to sit. And if you have any issues and you can't see, or there's something blocking communication, please let me know so we can make any adjustments that are necessary, okay? We're gonna have our roll call.
Just a few housekeeping items. Welcome. This is the in-person meeting of the Board of Interpreters for the Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing in Flint, Michigan. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Thank you to the board members and the members of the public who are in attendance today and those joining us by Zoom. Before we get started, a few items I would like to go over. The agenda and Zoom information are posted on the Michigan Qualified Interpreter website found at michigan.gov/BCHS. The in-person board meeting and live stream are being provided with ASL and captioning. People with disabilities requiring additional accommodations to participate in the meeting can email laura-bchs-qualified-interpreter@michigan.gov. For the public comment part of the meeting, the in-person audience will give comments first, then those on Zoom. We are using the Zoom webinar platform, and your video and audio are currently shut off. When it is time, participants on Zoom who wish to comment should type comments in the chat feature. If you wish to be on camera, click the icon at the bottom of the screen to raise your hand, and then we will recognize you and ask you to turn your video and audio on. Additionally, board members and department staff are not permitted to respond to public comments. Please limit public comments to around 3 minutes. Thank you again for joining. I will now turn this over to department staff member Heather Keel to call the meeting roll to order.
This is Heather Keel. Good afternoon, everyone. I will start with the roll call with Mitch Halley.
Present.
April Davidson, not present. Sarah Houston.
Here.
Andrade Cuevas, not present. Diana McKittrick.
Present.
James Check.
Present.
Doherty, not present. Nels Hudkins.
Present.
Okay, so with 6 present, there is a quorum. Apologize, with that, I am now going to go ahead and read the communication policy. The following communication policy is proposed for Board of Interpreters for the deaf, blind, and hard of hearing, and visitors to facilitate successful discussion and debate during meeting proceedings. It is intended that by following this policy, communication will be achieved for everyone present and will improve the effectiveness of the meeting. Board members should wait to be recognized by the chairperson to speak. The chairperson will recognize the speaker by name and allow for adequate discussion of all issues brought before the board. At any time during the meeting, if any board member or public attendee needs adjustment in communication facilitation, They should get the attention of the chair by raising their hand. All voice votes will be taken by raising of the hand. Avoid sidebar conversations. No comments from the public will be entertained during board discussion and should be held for the public comment section of the agenda. Board members are not permitted to respond to public comment, and public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Next on, we will move on to agenda item number 3, approval of the agenda. Can we get a motion?
So moved. This is, and seconded by Mitchell Laley.
To change the agenda? Oh. Agenda, oh, sometimes the board, we get a little bit confused too, sorry. Okay. First, just want to go back and do housekeeping rules. I don't know if you were told, but the restrooms are right outside the door to the right, male and female restrooms. And there's some water, there's some fruit and chips, some snacks out there as well in the hall. We do have some changes to the agenda. There were 2. Okay, to A and B. Nope, they're fine now. So the presentation from Innovy, they're coming, he's going to be coming late. So we move that down in the agenda. And when he comes, we'll add him right in too. Okay? I just want to make sure that we have some breaks as well so that people can use the restroom. So we're going to go ahead now. So do I hear a motion to accept the agenda, the amended agenda?
Yes.
I have one and I second.
Second that.
Yeah, Mitch seconds that. Okay. So that passes? Yes? No, James says we need to vote. James says we have to vote and
That's what I said.
yeah. All right, we have accept the motion. All right. Unanimous. All right. See, we're still working on this. We're working it out. We'll have that, everything all set. You know,
Of WD-40.
you need some WD-40 in this system. Okay, now we are going to the approval of the May 13th, 2025 meeting minutes.
This is Mitch signing. I have one small amendment for the old minutes. One moment while I find what I'm looking for. It's on page 3. Page 3. Business, under new business. Regarding the MDE, LIO. Just a little bit of a revision here to the name. Their current new name is RDHH. Which means MDE, so it's MDE resource or resources for deaf / HOH hard of hearing.
Okay.
And RBLV.
Oh,
Got it? Okay, so we move to accept the minutes with that amendment.
and who seconds that? James? James seconds. And so now we'll have a vote by hand. Sarah, okay. So the old meeting minutes from May have been approved with those amendments.
This background sucks.
It does say break, but I don't think we're gonna do that right now. So we'll move on to the next item. Oh, whoops. Whoops, old business. Do we have any old business? Old business?
Unfortunately. Hmm.
No old business. So that means we're doing pretty good. I guess we're keeping everything running efficiently. Oh, Mitch?
No, thumbs up to that. I agree.
Okay.
Agreeance.
All right. Now we're gonna go ahead and close old business. And now we're going to head to new business. So I want to introduce now, we have a guest speaker. Her name is Megan Wolf. Megan, where are you? You can go ahead and come up. You're welcome to come up. All right. Okay.
Are you comfortable with that?
There we go. I think it's on now.
Yeah, you got the red light on? Okay, great. That means we can hear you.
Yep,
Okay,
thank you.
okay. And welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I appreciate you inviting me here today. I wanted to take the opportunity to share my 14-year-old son's experience. We live up in Traverse City, Michigan, and my son Aiden Wolf attends 8th grade in the Traverse City area public schools. We have been working really hard as parents to try to provide Aiden with an in-person interpreter at no avail. He is currently receiving VRI. It started around 5th grade that we were finally able to get the school district to acknowledge Aiden needing an interpreter. To give a little background, Aiden was born with mild to moderate hearing at the age of 2. By the age of 3, he was profoundly deaf. As a family, we made a decision to do cochlear implants. I will say I wasn't completely for it. I had a little background in some ASL from college, so it was a struggle for me. We made that decision and moved forward. Through his elementary days, we continued at home to use the little sign language that I had knowledge of with him. And we continued to ask and request that he receive some access to sign language at school with no avail. By 5th grade, Aiden started to stand up for himself, taking his cochlear implants off. For 6 weeks, he went without cochlear implants to kind of prove a point to the school district that he was frustrated, not getting 100% access like his peers were in the classroom. And at that point, the school district decided we needed to have an emergency IEP. At that point, as a team, we started to discuss putting the in-person interpreter finally in there, which it was placed in there. And for the last maybe 3 weeks of school, he had an in-person interpreter on and off with VRI in between. Going from there, obviously, 6th, 7th, and now in 8th grade, it's kind of been VRI consistently when we've asked the school district what they're doing in order to help bring in more interpreters into our area since we don't have very many. They continue to tell us they're doing everything that they can, and until then, they're going to provide him with VRI. We've tried asking many different avenues for him to practice ASL, to get ASL outside of the VRI. However, the VRI is what's continuing to be offered. He has adamantly this last year, I should say, at his IEP, came in and let them know that he does not want VRI. He's required to kind of give you an idea, he's required to go in every classroom, turn an iPad on, put the iPad in front of him. The teacher has a computer in front of her that is
the access for the interpreter who is interpreting in VRI, but he only has access to the teacher and not the classmates and what the classmates are saying around him. So this impacts him. He doesn't know what peers are saying. He only gets the information from the teacher. Academically, the struggle too is in his power school or grade book that we get as parents, he's A's and B's, he's passing through. However, when we receive NWA scores or M-STEP scores, which are state standardized testing, he's not proficient or insufficient in his writing skills, but they continue to tell us that he's fine as a student. I continue to advocate as a parent, his lack of access, the language deprivation that he's going through. I've tried giving examples. A great example is a story of Gilgamesh that they read one of the years, and it's talked about being bred of a lion. And he came home very confused on the meaning of what bred of a lion meant. And I thought, gosh, only if he had had the sign born of a lion to understand the meaning of bread, because when I asked him, his understanding was toast or bread, the literal meaning. So things like that. I try to bring examples. I try to bring my own data points. Very much becomes moot at the table in the IEP. And so I'm trying my very best as a parent to continue to give him what he needs in order to access his academics, being independent and successfully getting a job in the future, obviously, is my end goal for him. And I'm just really concerned that he's not going to get that with the avenue we're headed down. And he's really frustrated. So during his sixth grade year, outside of obviously bullying that was happening in the school district, because there's a lack of access for him to his peers and understanding the situations going on between his peers without the interpreter there, VRI interpreter isn't working. He's told them that. Everyone has really struggled to gain friendships. I would say this year we finally are building one peer friendship for the first time. He's never been invited to a birthday party. So there's a lot of isolation, and impression that's occurring for him with this. And sorry, I lost my train of thought for a quick second. In that year that he was really down and frustrated, he again took his cochlear implants off, and he started having a lot of suicidal ideologies and making comments about, no one cares about me. Why should I exist? Things like that. It doesn't matter. No one cares about what I think anymore. So he doesn't have a voice. And every time I try to be his voice, I get shut down as a parent. I keep being told that he's little d, he can't be big D because he's not part of the deaf community. I try to bring him down and be part of the deaf community. I bring him to the Carl's Family Village and go to the week of Family Week. We don't have things like that in our area that I'm connected with, so I try to reach out and find things for him. So there's just a lot of things that are going on, and so we've had to get him in and get him obviously support for his mental health in order for us to not be concerned for him taking his own life. And I've shared that with the district at no avail, and the only thing they really give to me is, do you know about our FAST team for just in case something happens? And I keep sharing with them that I feel like we're going to head down the same avenue until they make changes for him. So I've tried every avenue. I've tried Sign On Connect. Will you do Sign On Connect? We got a couple sessions of that. Then they quit doing that. We've tried asking, are they contacting the local interpreter services? What's happening is outside of school activities, they will provide for music programs an interpreter. They will provide for a couple of things here or there, but it's hit or miss. And the communication lacks. There was a time when they made a change for one of the music programs, and they didn't contact the interpreter. Showed up on the day that they thought it was, and again, like, that was not provided. So then he didn't have access the night of his concert. So little things like that that are happening. I know through a little bit of my connectedness with those who are in the northern areas, that when I talk to them, why is this such a hard area to get people to move to? I know that obviously impact of the cost of living is a situation that is a problem for us. I've talked with the school district and talked to them about they need to increase and incentivize getting someone to come up in order for them to live in the area. I've told them that they need to increase that price in order for people to want to be able to bring their families up there if they're an interpreter. But there's little things that I know that I've struggled with the school district doing. The high school had an ASL class, and I had mentioned, okay, can Aiden be exempt out of gym if he passes the gym test? And can we get him enrolled in the high school ASL class? When I did some more investigating, the ASL teacher that they had hired only had a master's degree in English and actually no certification in ASL, and was teaching it for 2 years up until last year when I found out and I mentioned to them that you should have a certified person teaching this language. It's not a language to be taught by just anybody. There's culture and there's community within it. And there's just so much more than just somebody taking something online and figuring it out and trying to teach it to others. And so I've just tried to do anything I can to try to make changes, because I know that community of deaf people, you guys are intertwined tightly. You talk to each other, and I know that like you guys want to be supported. And when they see the district not supporting them in a way that's appropriate, no one's going to want to come up there. And so I don't know how to change that. I'm here today in hopes that you guys can help with that change up north. It's my understanding when I spoke to somebody, there's 70 students that are labeled with IEPs that are deaf and hard of hearing up there. So it's not like Aiden is the only one. I just don't know how to make that change. So I'm just working on trying to find ways to speak to people. I'm trying to file complaints. However, they become moot. The district somehow finds a way to use the laws, unfortunately, not in our favor. I'm not really sure. I feel like every avenue I come to a dead end. And so I have a hard time with it because as a parent, I'm fighting so hard. I'm actually in the DHH consortium right now, going back as an educator myself, trying to get my DHH endorsement because I know there's a need. And I just want to be able to be more impactful for my son, but for those who are up there, and I worry about their language deprivation, their lack of access. And I just like to see change. And so, I mean, there's just lots of things. I could give an example. His 5th grade year, they went on a canoeing trip and his cochlear implants did not have his aqua gear that they placed on for water. They were out of warranty. We did not have the opportunity to purchase another set. We told the district that he was going to be without them. Please, can we have an interpreter on this trip while he's in a canoe going down a river for this trip? We were denied that. We were given flashcards, yes, no, left, right, and one to write on. And he sat in the canoe with his resource room teacher. And when I asked him how the trip was, he couldn't give me any information. He didn't really know what was going on the trip. He didn't have access to his peers and the conversations that they had while going down the river. So he feels isolated. He feels alone. He feels, sorry. He feels frustrated all the time. And it's hard for us as parents too. We are obviously trying to do everything we can. My husband only knows so much sign language. So when it comes time at night, the 2-3 hours of homework we're doing at night, I'm the in-between because they're frustrated because he doesn't know as much sign language. So I'm interpreting while dad's speaking and trying to help him through the homework. Sorry. I don't know how to make change, other than to speak. Anybody has suggestions or ideas, I'm open ears. Because I want to see change for these children. And I also want them to feel seen, heard, and acknowledged. See, am I missing anything?
Here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is,
My name is Michelle DeHogue, and I'm here just supporting Megan because this obviously is a very emotional thing that they're dealing with. And I think Megan's doing a great job speaking about this. I've been walking with their family through some things over the last months. And I think she's downplaying a little bit how hard this is. She's using words like frustrated, but when I'm on the phone, she's angry. She's pissed. This is like reality, right? Like Aiden is expressing suicidal ideation at times, right? This is a kid who has been so oppressed for so long that he has a hard time telling his school, nope, VRI is not good enough, because he's afraid they're going to kick him out of class, right? And he's afraid he's going to get in trouble and then potentially not be able to run with his cross country or track team, right? And so this is a 14-year-old kid who is trying very hard to navigate middle school, which I don't know a single person who enjoyed middle school. It's a hard time anyway. And then you add this on top without having peers and things like that. And then, like Megan was just talking about, mom and dad are fighting, not necessarily to get at each other, but they're fighting at home just to communicate with him, to get him what he needs. He's exhausted, listening, fatigue, staring at an iPad all day, right? They had the open house this year. They got an in-person interpreter, yay. And they were running a little late or something. So the principal said, Aiden, do you want to start with VRI or do you want to wait for the interpreter? He was like, no, I'll wait for the interpreter. And then I got a call later. Guess what? Aiden came home and he said, Mom, I actually understood what was going on. I know what they were talking about. And he'll say, VRI glitches, it cuts out, it's not clear, I don't understand. So he's struggling. Megan's being very well spoken and I'm very proud of her for that. But the reality is there's a lot of gravity here and this district is doing a major disservice, at times intentionally. And so there are advocates involved, there have been lawyers involved, this is a mess. And Aiden only has 4.5 years of school left and we've got to keep him alive mentally, emotionally, right? Academics aside, there's the impact of not having access, not only to academics, but to the peers, the social, emotional. It's wearing on him and it's wearing on the whole family.
thank you. So, I just leave you with, if there's anything you guys can do, I just place this out there. There's lots of us up north. There's not as many opportunities available to them. We'd love to see you guys further north, and be able to provide things accessibility wise for them up there. And I just want to thank you for taking the opportunity to let me speak today. And I plan on sticking around to learn lots from you guys today, and take the opportunity to continue to support everyone in this room in some capacity, however I can. Because it's definitely in my heart. God gave me this little boy for a reason, and I just have to find a way to make it work. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story. I think we're all moved by this. Do we have any answers? Sarah.
Thank you. Thank you, Megan. I had the opportunity to meet you this summer and I know your story and it's moved me. We have to do something. We have to figure out something in order to get people up north. We can't expect people to move necessarily. It's always to say, oh yeah, just go to MSD, go to MSD. It's easy to say that, but it's not always easy for people to leave their lives, to move away from where their hometown is, even if you wanted to. And I recognize that. And I'm sure if you could, you would. And I know she would. But We need to figure something out. We have to do something. Not just us as interpreters, but we have people who are in the audience who are people who need to hear that story. People who are involved with MDE, that are in MDCR, they all needed to hear that story. And this should not be happening to not just one child, not to one of our kids, not a single child this should be happening to. Not a single one. And I will fight for you just like I would fight for my own. And I think you already know that. So thank you for coming. I really appreciate you.
The next presenter will be Shane from Innovy. But before we continue, let's take a break for a few minutes. I think we need to get our emotions back under control and give everyone a chance to just breathe. Let's take a 10-minute break at this point, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you.
All right, we're going to get started, everyone. I just wanted to start out by introducing Shane Feldman with NAV. And I also wanted to start by thanking the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services, Deb Atwood, for recognizing NAV and recommending that they should help us with this project for the survey, the community survey. Also, a big thanks to Michigan Health and Hospital Association and the Michigan Health Endowment Fund for funding the project itself. So now I'm going to turn it over to Shane to get started.
Good evening or good afternoon, everyone. It's really great to be here with all of you. I agree with what Diane said. That was really a very moving story. And as we know, sadly, it's a very common story for children in mainstream education settings. But what I really thought was very important to see was many people approached her after the presentation to give her words of support, ideas, and that's the idea behind community of working together. This is a place of opportunity to share those kinds of stories, but also to find support in each other. And so I'm thankful for her testimony. I am here today in a contract with Laura to find those types of stories that you just heard, to bring them together and make them available to you today. So some questions were asked, like, what are the actions look like? What do we do? We have some recommendations based on the data that we collected. So I will go ahead and introduce myself. My name is Shane Feldman. This is my sign name, S on the chin. I am a CEO for NV Strategy, and the sign is this. And briefly, we're an organization that leads organizational strategy for colleges, universities, not-for-profits, and businesses all across the all across the country to strengthen their big business. On the screen, you'll see Steph, and I'll ask Steph to introduce herself as well.
Hello, everyone. Can you see me clearly? My name is Steph and Aceto, and I'm from Wisconsin, so thank you. I'm just across the waterway, so hello. And I've been interpreting for 15 years, and my primary focus is in education and community work. And I've been engaged in multiple organizations, including NV, local and state and nationwide, related to deaf issues with the interpreting community in general. I'm also a co-founder for NIAE, and we've been participating in different projects and incentives for interpreters, credentialing and licensing and certification. So we're thrilled to share that report with you all. And thank you all of you for participating in this as well.
I'd like to share a little bit more about myself as well. I previously worked at National Association of the Deaf for 9 years. My final role there was COO, Chief Operating Officer, but I played in a variety of roles in advocacy issues related to interpreting, employment, access, and just general issues that National Association of the Deaf faced. And I was also the former CEO of RID, Registry of Interpreters for the Deaf, for 2 years, and supporting them on a national level for similar things as Stephanie has mentioned, certification, advocacy, those types of things as well. And I also previously worked at CSD, Communication Services for the Deaf, around the interpreting and technical part for different agencies across the United States. So I've been with NV. We've had this company started for about 6 years and providing a variety of, at CSD, we provided a variety of services, including interpreting. This is our 4th or 5th needs assessment around interpreting. So we've done the states of Louisiana, Washington, Maine, and Michigan. So that would be number 4. And so we have seen what the climate is in a variety of states. We're really excited to be here in the state of Michigan. I want to thank in particular Larry Horvath, Heather Hosey, Colleen, and Heather Keel, and Peter. They're a fantastic team at Lara. They've been very supportive throughout the entire project. So thank you to all of you at the Lara team and for working collaboratively. I see that they care. They care about what the impact is on the community. Their decision to invest in this project and to move forward with this project really demonstrates their level of commitment to bringing things forward for this community. We also have many community partners, Michigan RID, Michigan Association of the Deaf, and also Michigan Office of the Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing as well, and a variety of other partners, the School for the Deaf, Michigan Department of Education. So we had many partners in this project that have supported the development of this report. So we are very excited to share the results of what we learned. And so we will move into the slides. Really the bottom line today and our agenda for today is we will cover a lot of information. We will ask everyone to hold your questions until the end, both the audience and the board. If you need a point of clarification, please feel free to ask at that point in time. But if it's a question around the data, if you can hold off, and you may find some answers in some of the slides as we move forward. The purpose of the project and why we started this was, and also what we learned from the data and the core challenges that we are facing in the field here, and reframing the interpreter ecosystem here in the state of Michigan. And so how can we view that with a different lens? Also, what kind of actionable recommendations, and then we will open the floor for Q&A. So that is a summary of our agenda. I will go through the information. If at the end you want to read it, this information will all be available for all of you. You don't have to take pictures of the slides. We will have a summary that will be available. We do have a webpage that's dedicated to this specifically and is fully accessible. And so today I will deliver the information in ASL, and you'll be able to understand and access the information we share today. Now, the reason that we were contracted at NAV is we have worked with a variety of states, not just around interpreting, but telecom needs assessments. We've also done as senior citizens information gathering around mental health services, employment services, medical access services. So there are many services that are available to deaf people, and I work within that context to gather information so that government, nonprofit organizations, and whoever the decision makers are can make informed decisions and really strategize what the future looks like with their leadership. Also, I've done other work here in the state of Michigan. So we previously led a project that was for the Michigan School for the Deaf, their search for new head of school. And today that person is here. We led that search process.
Jessica Contreras. It's like,
And so nice to see you here. Congratulations on your new role. And so we do a variety of work across the country. If you can see the list here of the different members within our team, I've introduced myself, Shane. The second person who was very important to this project, unfortunately couldn't be here today. She is on maternity leave, just had a new baby, but during the project, she was quite instrumental and fully engaged. And it's important for her because she is not only an interpreter but she also grew up in the state of Michigan. She graduated from an interpreter training program here in the state of Michigan. And so she was invested in this project. She just recently moved. Her family is where she is now in Wisconsin. So she really has a heart for Michigan. She's a Lions fan, a Tigers fan, all of those things. So it was really wonderful to see Sam, who has been a part of our team and been involved not only in this project, the Washington project, the main project, and also this project as well. So she's very familiar with what we do. It was very exciting to have her a part of this project, and she led a lot of the information gathering. And then Steph took over. Now, Steph herself has helped to analyze the data, outline the information, and help us finish the presentation for today. So what Sam started, Steph took over and wrapped that up. We also have Melissa List, who is also a consultant who helps with many of our projects, and she also works behind the scenes with many projects. Then we have, I can't see, Davin Searles, who is another key person on our team, also supporting the project. And the last person, their sign name is Elias Henriksen. Elias was our data person. All of the information that we gathered, he helped really analyze that data to support this project. So this is just an outline of who our team is and everybody who worked on this project. All right. So how did this project start? How did we get here? So the story that you just heard today about Aiden's struggles and his journey navigating, interpreting VRI access, and all of those experiences are common stories across the nation. We hear them in many states, and through our different projects, we have learned that there are a lot of common themes, but there are also unique themes that are specific to particular states. So we wanted to make a distinction between what is common across the nation and what is unique to Michigan, and what do those things look like. It's important for us to understand that in order to support it. And it's important for you to understand you're not the only one struggling, but there may also be some things that are unique to your state in particular. So with stories like that, we were in contact with Laura. I want to thank Deb Atwood for introducing us and explaining to them what NV does and how we could help. Through our conversations with Laura, we realized that really they had a great need. They wanted to learn this information. They really wanted to invest in supporting the community, and we've been working together since. This is project was a long time coming. I think we started last year in 2024. I believe it was the spring that we started the conversation. And here we are in fall of 2025, just working together and pushing to make this happen. So this was a collaboration between both of us, Inavi and Lara. So it wasn't just us. We worked very closely. We met often. We talked about what we learned, how we could support each other, unique situations they were facing. And it was a really good learning experience for both of us to work together collaboratively. And it was really excellent to connect them with our community, because what we learned that what they do for other professional supports, they're different. Their needs are different than ours. So it was like, oh, you're doing with this, what we need is different here. So they were just very open to listening and understanding, and really saw us as being the subject matter experts for our community and representing our community well. The goal of this was we wanted to learn through the data. And the key point I want to emphasize here is really this is preliminary data. Steph will speak to that and talk about some limitations within the project. And we agreed on what that scope of the project would look like, and we limited it to that. But our goal was to identify what were the steps to get started. What commitments could we commit to? For instance, in the testimony, the question was, what are we doing? So today I hope to have some broad ideas and some preliminary recommendations to start us moving forward. Our approach was that we believe it's important to have a mixed method of both qualitative and quantitative data. We believed both of those pieces were important. Steph will talk more about what that looks like. But for us, we believe that it is very important to have that qualitative data, because that's that rich storytelling, the deep sense of experience, what people are facing, how it's happening, what are their ideas for actions, and what that might look like. Survey doesn't always give us that level of detail. So it helps, qualitative data helps supplement it. But quantitative data is also important to have, and you'll see that throughout the presentation. Steph, anything you want to add?
I'll expand on that later. So before we begin, this slide is a little bit small to read, but it is important to note that when we worked throughout the project, there were recurring themes, and there's an interpreter ecosystem. There are multi-layers that are they don't stand independently. They are reliant on other pieces. You couldn't just fix one piece. It would have direct impact on other pieces. And so it's like, well, how do we make changes for this part and make sure that it all melds together in a holistic way? And so we created this vision and identity frame here. And here where we talked about the practicing interpreting. So for example, we have interpreters working right now. That is an example of a practicing interpreter, people who are committed to the profession. They do high quality work, and they show what the strength of deaf people look like. They represent us well, whether that be in school settings, employment settings, health settings, and a variety of situations. So we see that here today with practicing interpreters. On the left side, we have those who are emerging interpreters. They are interested in becoming interpreters. They are maybe part of an IEP program. So here at Mott, you have an IEP. There's also Oakland Community College, Madonna University. There are other interpreter education programs across the state, and those students would be people who are aspiring interpreters. It could be people who come from outside the state. Maybe they're already trained, but they are learning and navigating the profession. So emerging are those people who have interest in becoming interpreters. And at the bottom, you have the system, which the system is legislation. So we had legislation that was previously passed. You have Lara as a piece of that system. You have the QI board. You have the Michigan Office of Deaf and Hard of Hearing, and a variety of groups. All of those are system related. It's not exclusive to those things, but there's also MDE, school districts,
legal and court judicial systems, officer of the court, all of those different parts that really create the holistic system and that registration process. There are some frustrations that have been brought forward that really are systemic and they really impact what it looks like in the community. On the next, we have service users. We have many of them here represented today. We have a variety of deaf people in the audience, people who care about interpreting, care about being a part of the interpreting profession. They may be deaf interpreters. They may just be consumers or those who use interpreting services. But those who receive interpreting services are most directly impacted by interpreting services. So the ultimate goal of that whole project was to make sure that deaf people who are utilizing interpreting services experience the quality of life that they should receive. And we do see some overlaps. For example, what's the role of the interpreters, like the competence of supporting newer interpreters coming into the profession? What is the role of the consumer as they engage with interpreters, newer interpreters? What's the role of all three of those groups of people and how they engage with the system? So there is intersectionality. And when you read through this, you will understand that there is an interpreter ecosystem and they all interplay and have direct impacts on each other. Next slide. I'll hand that over to Steph.
Okay, this is Steph signing. I wanted to expand a little bit and to see who's included in the study, the mixed methods that we use, the approaches. We used a survey. We also used individual interviews and focus groups. So we had many people involved in this whole process and different approaches. The primary audience that we focused on and targeted on was the deaf community. So deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing individuals, interpreters, the interpreting community, and also those aspiring interpreters, practicing interpreters, interpreter educators within interpreter training programs. So those various groups. Other stakeholders are important as well and should be mentioned and within the survey. We really focused on those two groups though, the deaf community and the interpreting community. More depth research is definitely needed. And adding additional stakeholders to this data as well. So all in all, we collected 336 responses from the survey, 356. We had 11 individual one-on-one interviews and 6 focus groups. So many people were involved in this process throughout. Yes, there were limitations to our data collection. We can discuss that. And I do want to acknowledge that during the process of collecting this data, the analyzation, the development of this report, we addressed several issues and themes that popped up. And Laura has been working with us throughout this process and making recommendations. The terminology is important to keep in mind. How states, the laws, the policies in comparison with the community and the people, the users, the interpreters. They use the same terminology, but the meaning behind them could be different, the language. So it's important to keep in mind going forward with this report, how we're using that language so that we're not confused. Oh, this means that, or this means something else. For example, certification, certified. What does that actually mean from the deaf consumer's perspective and the interpreting community's perspective? And there's nuances in that meaning. Next slide. So this project was fully virtual. All of our focus groups, one-on-one interviews, we conducted virtually. The survey as well was conducted virtually. This slide is related to the survey demographics. So remember, there were 356 responses to the survey. So out of the interpreters, there's hearing interpreters, deaf interpreters, aspiring interpreters, and those are the people who responded in the survey. In addition, we had deaf community members, deaf-blind consumers who also responded to the survey. About 50% of the people identify, interpreter correction, 5% of the people identified as other. Maybe they have a deaf person in their family, something like that. So the various identities who responded to this survey are listed here. I also wanted to note the MOIS, the Michigan Online Interpreting System. They are in the Qualified Interpreter Program Registry here for Michigan. Compared to how many are in the system, in the MOIS system, and how many actually replied to the survey, it was nice to see that 1/3, there was a strong response rate. And that's a good representation of the practicing interpreting community. Next slide, please.
Jane here, could I just jump in and add one piece? We also acknowledge, if you notice the percentage of deaf community participant, it was 94, if you look there. You did have a research project that was done previously called Not Without Us, where the Michigan Department of Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing, they captured 7.4% of all the deaf people within the community that they were able to survey. So we noticed there's a distinct difference when you look at the number here and there. We sent out a variety of email reminders. So our initiative was a little bit different. We reached out, but at that point in time, it was a fantastic project, but it was really hands-on. They were really going out and interacting with deaf people. Unfortunately, we didn't have the response that we would have liked to have had, but we did get a good response from the interpreter. 7.4% of deaf Michiganders responded to that survey.
This is Steph again. Good point. Yeah, we were able to gather more responses with our survey. You can see on this picture, on the left represents the interpreting community. And most of the responses, you can see these are by county. You can see most of the responses were from the southeastern Michigan and northern parts of Michigan. There was not a lot of response. And that aligns with where we see most of the organizations located. And still there was a good mix. Obviously, we can always improve, but we can see what we have available here. Yeah, that we still have a lot of rich information. Again, overall, Southeast Michigan, we were able to see more reflective data in that region. Next slide. And I'm just going to really touch briefly on this in regards to the demographic information. For example, in terms of age, within the deaf community, it was typically those who were 50 and older. Interpreters who responded, it was a range. A well-balanced range of interpreter responses. some people who were aspiring interpreters, some people who were retired, actually practicing interpreters, just a wide spectrum. And also in terms of gender, most of the respondents were female. 82% were female. So we do have a limitations within gender diversity. In terms of race and ethnicity, most respondents identified as white. There was more diversity in the interpreting community respondents than the deaf community respondents. So, Shane, would you
Here,
like to
I
add
also
anything?
would like to add to that. Some of you may be aware of the national demographics of interpreters themselves. The deaf community in general tends to parallel with the demographics of the United States. However, for interpreters specifically, the last time the RAD released a report, it was about 80% of the profession of interpreting was represented by white women. So it really aligns with their responses to this survey that it was predominantly female. So it really does show where we're lacking as well, lack of representation and diversity and gender diversity as well. So as a person who may be either of a different race, I want someone who is reflective of my culture, my norms, and there are not enough interpreters for that. So that is a gap in the state. And we see that this aligns with what we're seeing nationally, but we could do better of reaching out to the community. For example, going out in the community, building relationships, collecting data from them through those activities. So that type of information. Hand it over to Steph.
Next slide.
So the demographics outlined, like who we surveyed, what that process looked like. Now I will delve deeper into the perception and what that looks like coming from the profession. So you'll see here we have two bar graphs, and in the left column, we have confidence in interpreting requests being filled. So that means me as a deaf person, how confident am I that when I make a request that an interpreter will actually be provided? And so you can see in that left column, it's high percentage have moderate to low confidence. So a third of them, deaf people in the state, feel that only that moderate level of confidence that they will get an interpreter when they make a request. So they're still second guessing. Am I going to get an interpreter? They're not confident that that's actually going to come to fruition. And then you can see below that, the 20% are very confident. That's the next. And then 6.4 do not use interpreters. And those people that have the moderate confidence was the 34%. And then above that, you see about 21% say I'm somewhat confident, and it's about 17% not at all confident. That's a huge number. When you think about that, that's difficult because we are talking about what the impacts are on a deaf individual. If I'm not confident I'm going to receive an interpreter, am I going to bother to request? Some people will just not bother requesting an interpreter. If they don't bother asking for an interpreter, what is the impact on that person in their life? And so you think about that level of confidence and what that looks like. Also, we don't have a breakdown on this, but it may depend on geographic representation as well. So maybe those people who are very confident might live in the Metro Detroit area, and maybe people throughout the rest of the state are less confident. So we don't have those breakdowns, but we have to think about those examples. I did work for one organization on the western part of Michigan where we experienced ourselves the interpreter shortage of supporting that customer within Western Michigan. So we've seen that firsthand as working within the western part of the state. And the next column is confident that the interpreter will meet my expectations. And so, you know, when you think about that issue is what does meeting expectations look like? That really varies for every individual. Some people have very high expectations, some have moderate expectations. So the goal here is not do they meet a certain level of expectation, but that individual's expectation. So that standard is going to vary across the board. And you can see that 20% are not confident that they're going to receive good quality interpreter. The next one we see slightly confident is 36%. So in some summary, slightly confident and not confident is 55% of the people that responded across the state. So that is representative of the perception of deaf people across the state about the quality and access to interpreters they have here in the state of Michigan. So we have to understand that has a significant impact on the quality of life of deaf people. And that whole presentation will delve into the impact on those individuals. It is across healthcare, it's across the judicial system, the educational system, the workplace, or even just simple interactions with other people where they feel that dignity of communication, like we talked about and we heard in the testimony today, just being able to make human connection with people. It's a basic human need to connect with individuals. As you go down the list, you will see that moderate confidence is about 25%, so a quarter of respondents, and very confident that yes, I will get a good interpreter is 12%. So that is the lowest percentage of respondents. So across the state, only 12% of deaf people who responded are confident that they will receive good quality interpretation. Next slide. Now, Steph, is this your slide or mine? It's you.
I'll expand on each. This is an introduction. This is showing our really challenging areas and the themes that we collected. And we noticed the same themes kept popping out throughout the data and what became real priorities for certain areas. There were 6 in total that were barriers to access of interpreters. And so barriers for those graduates who are trying to break into the field. Video remote interpreting accessibility. That was another barrier. Regulatory accountability and oversight. Another barrier. Regional disparities in access. Definite gaps there. We recognize the same story we heard this morning. We've noticed those up in northern Michigan, western Michigan, and we'll explain how that impacts people as well.
Unsustainable interpreter economics.
Sustainable interpreter economics. That's really related to 2 areas. The shortage of interpreters, that means the pool of interpreters there is limited. There's not enough to satisfy all the requests. And those interpreters, those emerging interpreters who face barriers in specialized settings, be able to continue practicing as an interpreter. Maybe that's access to professional development, income, etc. And the final challenge was challenges in specialized settings. Interpreters in medical situations, legal situations, deaf, blind. And we'll expand on that some more. Shane, next slide.
Oh, yeah, that is your slide.
We'll start with the barriers to entry. Really the pathway to becoming an interpreter. There's 3 high-level themes we recognized here. There's gaps in training in the ITP programs. Most of Michigan typically has 2-year programs, and we've researched the field, and we know that that's not enough time to prepare to become a certified interpreter working in the field. We notice those who graduate having that opportunity to work with a mentor, a professional interpreter, or the support is not there. There's gaps and barriers to that. So the structure for them to become certified, they're still learning, they're still honing their practice, and there's barriers through that. And also barriers with testing. Barriers with testing could be the long wait times for results and certifications, limited availability to access testing sites, the scheduling times. There's a multitude of barriers that delay testing and certification process for them to actually become working interpreters. So that's barriers to entry.
Yes, and just to add to that piece, we acknowledge that we did go and watch a previous board meeting. I believe it was last fall or maybe early in the spring. I was where the ITP programs came and presented to the board, and they talked about their programs and what was happening in their programs. And that was a great opportunity for the board to see that. Now, it's my understanding that Laura plans to develop an MOU between themselves and these programs, but it's that type of collaboration that you can see that grows from this. That's important to identify those gaps. And there are different parts of the journey for interpreters. So if you look at the beginning, there's the interest in becoming interpreters. And we learned the challenge there is like, how do we increase the pipeline of people interested in engaging in this profession? Often, we look at people who are taking ASL classes, maybe they're taking community college classes around ASL, and that sparks their interest. So how do we draw people into our interpreter education program? So that is a topic that we talk about. Do you have a full understanding of that? Do you have insight onto what that looks like? We have a study that's called Modern Language, where they're researching the number of people who are studying ASL in a variety of states. So it might be important to look at that data to support your conversations with the board. And then there's the educational piece. Then, of course, that is clear, as Steph has mentioned, that they're often 2-year programs. They're also the 4-year program here in the state is a private university. So 2-year, while 4 years is an appropriate range, it's a private university. So that creates a different, unique challenge unto itself. We also talked about graduates, as Steph mentioned, that bridge from the time of graduation to actually engaging in the profession. The board already knows this, but I think it's important to acknowledge it publicly that when interpreters graduate from an interpreter education program, they are not ready to work. And what does that support look like? So part of the challenge for myself, I became a professional and an executive, but I had places that I could navigate that and have that career navigation and develop my skills and have leadership training within that. But we don't have that within the interpreting profession within the state. So where do you find that opportunity to climb the career ladder, if you will, and obtain those skills? And then the certification is really a whole issue unto itself. We would be here all day and all night if we talked about certification, right? But let's just say this. Certification is important to look at as an entry point to the profession. I often believe there's a misconception about the role of certification. It's like, oh, they meet the expectation, but it's really welcome to the profession. Here's a start to your journey, and this is how you continue to grow and move on and build yourself. So we really need to reframe that narrative that certification is an entry point, and then what does the journey look like moving forward? Now let's talk about VRI, video remote interpreting. Now I want to make it clear that VRI is really a huge issue. And I want to start with a narrative that's important, a statement that's important for you to all acknowledge. VRI was invented and implemented in our community without any conversations about what that looks like. So it's already been put in place, it's embedded in our community, and now we're chasing the opportunity to redefine what that technology that's already been embedded. And so I think it's very important to look at it from that framework, because as part of the NAD Committee on Medical Interpreting of developing the standards for that, I've been a part of that, but we struggle with that still, as we all know, and the whole issue there and what that looks like. So if we could see ourselves as we are chasing, reframing and taking ownership of what VRI should look like on our terms as both the deaf community and as interpreters. That's the goal here. So with that being said, there were many issues that came up with VRI, lots of issues that came up in all the focus group surveys. So clearly that is an issue that you're facing here. One is technology itself. Technology has issues, and there are a variety of stories behind that. For example, if you're laying in a hospital bed, you're laying flat on your back, and the VRI screen is to your right, and you can't turn your head. So there's that piece. Do deaf people themselves know how to use the technology? Is it correct? Is it connected efficiently to broadband? So those are other issues. There's freezing, lagging, images not being clear, and then understanding an interpreter in a 2D small screen versus what I see here today with the interpreters live in person. The other issue with VRI, we've relied on VRI where VRI becomes kind of the one way, one resolution for all problems. You know, people say we've over reliance on that of people saying we've got VRI, so that's the answer. It is a solution. We're happy to have it, but it is not the only solution. And it's not been defined on our terms as I've previously said. So there is a role and a purpose for VRI, but we need to engage the community to define it for our own experience. I mean, I know that there are many people that say I prefer VRI. For me, like if I would rather have an out-of-state interpreter that doesn't know me, I might prefer that. I might prefer the privacy in my room and not have someone in the room. That feels different. So there's a variety of reasons that people prefer VRI. You know, maybe I'm just going for a checkup. It's not in depth. It's not detailed. I just need something short and quick. But out of all of those, it is the most significant negative experience of accessing interpreting, and you can see that in the data. How often do you experience? 16% said never experience that with interpreters. 20% said rarely. Often was at 33.25%, and very often was another 1/3 that experience VRI issues. So if you look at often and somewhat often combined, that's 2/3 of all respondents have frequency of VRI issues. So that is a priority that we need to focus on. And finally, we focused on deaf-blind. We recognize that there is a range of deaf-blind individuals. Deaf-blind can mean anything from low vision to limited vision or to totally blind. So we do not assume that all deaf-blind people are tactile users, and their needs vary. So there is a wide range. And so VRI might work for some, but might not work for others. But we've heard so many stories from deaf-blind individuals who say they don't understand my needs and they've assigned a VRI interpreter anyways. And we see that as a priority for deaf people. They are suffering the impacts of this, and it's not justifiable. It's not equitable.
That's a great segue to this next slide and this next challenge. The previous slide related to the VRI themes and that deaf people were not included in the implementation of VRI to use this technology. And now it has become our responsibility to make sure that it's effective. I recognize that many of the responses from this study said that Michigan had a strong foundation in terms of the laws and the policies for interpreter services, but there were gaps in the enforcement and the oversight of those. And who's responsible for that? Who's the hiring entity? Is it interpreting agencies? And who is providing those interpreters? And those issues have been going on for ages, as we know. And, you know, since we've passed the ADA a long time ago, we still see these issues in terms of providing interpreters and services. It's under a limited scope of practice. So maybe interpreters, they don't have a specific endorsement. Maybe they're not trained and ready for that level or that content. The level of user, are they an appropriate fit for that situation? And it seems there's no accountability. So the top concerns in that area was school, K through 12, and healthcare. hospitals, clinics, things of that nature. So we noticed the community felt very strongly that these two areas needed to be improved. Maybe there needs to be some sort of auditing, some way that we can reduce harm in these scenarios. Also, the recognition that interpreter coordinating agencies who place interpreters in various situations have some issues with accountability and fair labor practices, wages, fair wages. And where's the accountability there as well? Shane?
I just want to add, these are things that you're already familiar with, but I'd like to point out that I had a wonderful conversation with Kenya Lowell, who's the director of Michigan Office of the Deaf, Deafblind, and Hard of Hearing. And in that conversation with Kenya Lowe and Director Lowe, it was that the deaf community feels very burdened to advocate for interpreters to the point where they feel like it's the only issue they think about all the time. And what we ask for is more partnerships, more people to help take on the advocacy so that we can focus on the other issues that face. You might not believe it, but there are other issues outside of interpreting. It's not the only issue, but we are so dependent on interpreters and it impacts all of those other things, certainly. But we really want to create more support, more state organization, community support of those addressing those issues so that we can face those. So thank you, Kenya, for that conversation. I appreciate it. Next piece. Now, this goes without saying, this testimony this afternoon has made it very clear, but it is clear that there is a huge disparity in access for the rural areas in comparison to the southeast part of Michigan, the urban areas, Detroit, that area. The perspective of people in both parts of the state are different. So any decisions made, any recommendations cannot be a one size fit all. You can't say that it works for all. We have to think about all state residents and those who are impacted in their different points of view. The other thing we notice is that people, are motivated to live in rural parts of the state. They live there, they grew up there, but interpreters tend to move to urban areas. So you see that number becoming disparate, but this representative of deaf people is not the same disparity. So we have to look at what is the number of deaf residents across the state versus in Wayne County or in southeastern Detroit. One part we didn't delve into is supply and demand. That's a whole different project that you could delve into, the numbers of requests, the numbers of hours filled compared to actual availability of interpreters and in those hours. And I just knowing that there's one interpreter in a particular area might not be enough. It might not be enough to keep them full-time employed. They have to have hours available. They might only have 10 hours a week because there's not enough work for them to stay maintained. So we just really have to delve into the details of that information.
Next slide. Okay. Sustainable interpreter economics. And this is related to the ability, someone goes into the interpreting profession and they stay in that profession throughout their lifetime of work. And then that also goes in concordance with the shortage of interpreters. And that's a challenge that keeps coming up. So there's issue with pay practices, also interpreter growth, access and availability to professional development. And really, we're focusing on special areas, those education, medical situations, and deafblind, and the gaps within that. Because interpreting does not stop in the ITPs. We continue to learn and grow our skills, our knowledge, and that applies throughout our careers, whatever situation that you work in. So the workforce as a whole is shrinking. And I know it is for many reasons. There's a lot of research, there's interpreter burnout, and the aging population of interpreters who have been in the profession and are now retired. And if you look at how many people who are coming into the profession is less compared to the number of people who are leaving the profession. So the availability, that pool of interpreters continues to shrink. So if we go back to that barrier to entry and we help fix that problem so that people can continue in the field and graduate and become interpreters, and what happens down the road? We still have that same pool, right? But we still have severe gaps. So with this study, with the survey, we asked those in the interpreting profession, and some say that they're going to retire within possibly 10 years or so, 25% of them. So then we have the next generation coming and we have more interpreters retiring. So it's that lack of availability of those qualified interpreters. And we need in bringing people to this career.
The number is important. If 25 people are leaving, we need more than 25 people coming in. So we know that attrition is going to happen during that time period. So if 30% are leaving, 40%, you already have a shortage. That shortage gets even higher because of attrition, right? We need to make sure that we have more people coming in the pipeline than people are exiting. We break down the data more specifically in the report. I encourage you all to look through it and read it, please. Now I want to talk about the challenges about the specialist. Steph and I will cover this together, but it was very clear from the focus group discussions, people really focused on the specialized settings. And we want to acknowledge it that Michigan already has a great start of a system that has been in place for quite some time for entry level, making sure that you have good qualified certified interpreters. But where it seems to be an issue is more in the specialized area, whether that be educational interpreting, medical interpreting, and legal interpreting, and deafblind. So those specifically, those 4 areas of specialization. So for example, in K through 12, it's very clear there's a shortage of interpreters. And there are many stories that they shared with us where people are like, going ahead and interpreting that are not qualified. They're not certified. They, are not certified with the Michigan Educational IPA. So we have to learn more about that and see what's happening there. Also, there is a lack of supervision and training. Part of the challenge there is that often interpreters go into the workplace and it's the only person they are the only person that knows how to sign besides the deaf person. Supervisors can't evaluate them because they don't have the language fluency. So there's already a disparity there. How do you support them? How do you support their professional growth? That is lacking. Healthcare, we've covered many of these items. We talked about the VRI piece. Most of this really goes back to training and providing training so that people understand how to interact with the deaf community. That is lacking, so professionals say, I don't know what to do, how do we handle this? What do we do? People have experience, they may not know what to do. So that may be lacking. Also, most of the impacts in health group in these 2 specific groups were deafblind community who probably suffer the most atrociously, and also those in the rural where there's a shortage of interpreters. So those are the 2 groups of people significantly impacted. With legal interpreting, as we know, when deaf people enter the court system, their lives are at risk. What happens, the outcome of that judicial matter can have a lifelong impact on them. And there are not enough interpreters for that. So there is a problem with that. I believe one of the stories that we heard was related to the lack of being able to support a deaf person at the time of being in court because they couldn't find interpreters. Also, high costs and limited access to training. Most training tends to be nationwide or national. We previously had a project that was funded by the RSA. I believe that project has now expired. So since that project has ended. There's no program to support legal interpreting training. Also clarity on how to meet the endorsement requirements. There's some ambiguity there. So I think there's some work to be done in collaborating with the legal community and Laura and the board to define that and clarify that and respond to that and prove that. The next piece is on the deaf-blind endorsement or area of expertise. Those deaf-blind interpreters need to be able to adapt to a variety of deaf-blind community members. It could be tactile, SSP, could be haptics. Working with a variety of deaf people, they need to have a variety of skills. So that in itself really would expand the entire profession. And there is not enough deaf-blind endorsed interpreters within the state. The endorsement itself doesn't mean that I'm the right fit for every deaf-blind individual or for every situation. It really boils down to personal, probably more personal than mine, because it becomes very intimate. You know, you are working very closely with that person, and we need to honor and respect the deaf-blind's individual's preference in that work environment. And of course, deaf-blind individuals experience more disparity in the community compared to their other deaf counterparts in the legal systems and other specialized system. And that's another issue around endorsement. And the perception is that the endorsement is difficult to get. There's lack of mentorship and training. It's not sustainable. The cost, it's very limited, and there is very minimal oversight. Who is watching the quality of the interpreter? Who is watching and providing support? And of course, then myself as the deaf person or deaf individuals have to take over the experience of supporting their working interpreter. Steph, anything you wanted to add here?
I wanted to add as well. In relation to the problem of the interpreting field generally is with work and training, and that's across the board. Everyone gets that same foundational information, and when they build from that, and not everyone gets that same foundation. And so I understand, you know, there's a lack of training, there's a lack of consistency. And before you go into that situation, as for example, for a deafblind person and working with them, you have to make sure you have that foundation first. Have experience with training and have the skills required in that setting first before you can go ahead and work. Or you work with your mentor, right? So it's hard. It's complicated. It's a complicated problem within the field.
Now, we have just summarized all of that information of what the data tells us. It's very comprehensive, it's very insightful, but to be candid with you, I'm sure that you already knew this information, right? You on the board have already experienced this, you've seen testimony. None of this is a surprise for any of you on the board. But the purpose of collecting the information was to allow you to do your job better, to justify these. These are not just impromptu stories. These are common themes that we see, and recording this data, we can show that. I've worked with other states with the same type of projects where once that information is documented, we're able to demonstrate that we've done our due diligence of including the perspective of the community. You can speak to your state directors, your legislators, and those people who are an important part of the system to make change happen. So use the data to your advantage. But that being said, we do have some recommendations based on this project that we will now start to share with you. And I want to acknowledge that these recommendations came from some of our groups, from some of the survey, some were from our own experiences in other states, and some are just general feedback that we've heard from the profession. We tried our best to make these recommendations to support you to do your job. So moving into recommendations. The actionable recommendations, I'll let you start, Steph.
Addressing access, addressing barriers to entry. Regulatory barriers. So access to, for ITP graduates to access work experience, work with mentors, have that someone who oversees them, and that process is set up and put in place to make a pathway, not only for hearing interpreters, but for deaf interpreters as well. Because we know that those are lacking in the community here in Michigan. Where is the training, the available support, the mentorship for these interpreters and for the deaf interpreters? Shane?
The second recommendation is to create accountability within the healthcare settings. With that being said, there are different ways to do that. But there has to be some kind of partnership with different groups that include medical professionals, hospitals. I mean, thankful to the Michigan medical hospitals who supported this project. They saw the value in this. You know, it was very important to make that connection and to see how we can create a systemic change. Clearly, deaf people in the community are advocating on an individual level and local hospitals, but we need to look at system change and how we can do that. So what does that accountability look like in the healthcare settings? There are many, many stories I can share with you. So for example, there's been a lot of work in the past to have something called the Joint Commission, which is an accreditation body that accreditates hospitals, look into changing there. And then later it's part of a national association, state managers, directors of deaf and hard of hearing, which Kenya Lowell is a part of that. They had the Joint Commission come and explain what it looks like. And then we realized that may not be the right opportunity to make the changes in that place. So some issues came up. So it was still clearly there are areas of need to further explore that and to really explore what does accountability look like? Is it within the hospital, within the associations, within local government, within state government? Dialogue needs to happen there to figure out where the accountability can take place and how do we create that accountability?
Next, we're talking about modernizing those regulatory infrastructure in terms of the system. We recommend that the system be updated. Ironically, I just got my QI certification before I started working in this project. And I felt, I get it. I get your situation, having to fill out paperwork, send in a check. I was like, what? Where's my checkbook? I haven't used it in so long. So I recognize that that is a definite common issue that needs to be resolved in order to make this system more efficient and effective, getting interpreters instated here in the state of Michigan. Also a recommendation to shift that CEU, those educational requirements, the cycle from a yearly cycle that could be switched to a multi-year cycle that aligns with other training professions. In terms of your educational credits, typically it's a 2 or 3 year cycle, and we could switch that and align with other professional organizations.
The next recommendation is to address economical sustainability through data collection. So one thing when you talk about economical sustainability and data collection, what is the numbers that you know as the board? What does it look like? What is your dashboard that you're using to measure and understand what healthcare professionals look like? So you'll notice in our report that we talked about the dollar value of interpreter being paid, what the actual impact of that dollar value on their cost, their life, the quality of their life. That is in the report, so you can see that outline there. But if I could point out one example, that's one example of several examples that could be part of your dashboard. I've mentioned before, like thinking about how many interpreters are coming into the profession, how many people are exiting the profession, looking at all of those elements so that you can really have a pulse on what is happening. Like if you think about when you drive your car, if you notice that your temperature gauge comes on in your car, you'll pull over and check that out. So if you think about that, if something you see it's getting too hot, are you ready to respond, or are you going to miss it because you don't have a dashboard set up to indicate that to you? So that's part of that economical sustainability, and just really making sure that interpreters remain healthy for themselves, for the state government, for the deaf community, and what does that collaboration collectively look like?
Next, you were talking about expanding the geographic access through partnership. So for example, the Mirrored chapters, agencies, service providers, bringing everyone together and figuring out a regional network of interpreters. Because we notice in many of the stories, they say, oh, I don't know, no one from that area contacts me. So there seems to be a disconnect with the availability of interpreters in certain areas. So establishing a system to try and connect as many people as possible to be able to fill those jobs with interpreters. Also recognizing ITPs. Recently, they just mentioned that story. There was a mom who was telling her story about her region in northern Michigan. She had no access to interpreters. And that's an opportunity where we can build extensions within the program and have ITP students who can go to those other areas and train, whether that be in Western Michigan, Northern Michigan, where you see those shortage of interpreters, and have that support and also provide accessibility at the same time. So this might be my last comment, but I have a job and everything, and I'm sorry there's been this delay and everything, but I just want to follow up with what Shane said. From the data, all the different respondents' responses, I just want to thank you for your time and for everything, and take care.
Bye, Steph. Thank you. Yeah. So you know what? It's good that she's still contributing to the interpreting field in the workforce, right? So our final two recommendations I'll cover off. The first one, we talked about the strength and oversight and accountability system. Within our report, we do have some messaging that is clearly an area where you need to define what that looks like. If I may, I'll give you two examples on the national level of what that could look like. Will it work here you're in your state, but something you consider. So there are two stories. So one, when I was working as a CEO of RID, previous to that, there were no statistics around the EIPA or the ethical complaint system. So we didn't know how many complaints were filed, what was the outcome, what were the results. We didn't know. So it was a priority to make a report that gave us a foundation as a starting point to understand what that looked like. One thing we learned from that was that previous to that, I don't remember how many years leading up to that, maybe 10 years, if I remember correctly, there was only 137 complaints filed and no certifications taken away. And people were shocked. They were like, no action was taken. There no impactful action that impacted the community. So we decided to change what that looked like moving forward based on and we took the data and started with that. Again, that's why it's important to have data. It gives you a starting point and helps you build for the future. So that's one example. We were able to implement a system from that data. Then recently at RID, after I left under the previous CEO, Star Geisler, created a new system that said, no, we are changing the EIPA, the ethical complaint system. And one of the examples of change within that system was it didn't matter if it happened on the job or off the job, code of ethics applied. And so that was a change, and it created more accountability of interpreters. And people realized it's not just about when you're standing up and interpreting. Your behavior before and after still applies. The ethical components that you have to follow still apply. This may apply to your state, maybe not, but it's important to have these conversations about what does accountability look like in your state. Our final recommendation is supporting the workforce. As I mentioned previously, I think a great place to start is the community is asking for support. Look into that. What does that look like? Maybe talk with the hiring entities, such as the hospitals themselves, the judicial system, school districts. How many interpreters do you actually need? How many requests are you making? What needs are not being filled? And then look at that, and that will help you determine where you need to invest to grow the supply of interpreters. One thing that we're noticing is that the people who are providing services, the ability to do their job is impacted by the lack of interpreters or the availability of interpreters. And then what does that impact look like on deaf individuals? So really looking at supporting significant areas of specialization, how you can support those areas specifically. And now I will turn it over to the board and to people in the audience. I will open it up for questions. I want you to understand that all the questions that have been asked and will be answered will be based on the data that we have and that we know and from the report. But the real experts here of your interpreting community is the board and the people in this room. You have the lived experience. So some questions may be asked more specifically about what does that experience look like. You may be best equipped to answer that. But I do want to help you understand the purpose and how the data is implemented to really create change moving in the future. If there are questions I can't answer, I'm happy to meet with my team to answer through Laura. They've been a fantastic team to work with, and so I'm happy to answer questions in the future if there are questions presented that we can't answer today. So we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you for all your wonderful work. I know that you're probably a little annoyed with Michigan at this point. You're pretty much over it. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. But thank you for your work. All right. You're going to come back. All right. We're happy to have you back as well. I will be back. If you don't mind, I'm going to add a little bit more to your comments that you had made. I know you're probably exhausted from your presentation, but I'm going to gear this to BCHS for a moment. Specifically, I want to emphasize a few things related to your report. I looked over the report and I've already looked over it thoroughly. Page 26, that was related to your recommendations to collaboration and working collaboratively for BCEHS. If they could give a BEI units. They already have that BEI units. They already have the power to do that. Previously, about 2013, 2014, that was about then is when that had passed to start the rules. And the Division on Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing already had recommended a list for taking those trainings that would be specialized for medical and mental health endorsements and education. And they had a different list of those units. And if you took those lists, that would support your application in order to get endorsed. So they already went out into the field and found out which units would be able to be accredited. And so now we don't necessarily have that, and they're not available anymore, a lot of those classes. So I would reach out, ask you to talk to interpreters who are experts in the field, whether it's medical or legal, and develop those programs and those classes. So that way the BEI units will apply, be applicable to that, and be rolled in and providing that list. That was page 26. That was one of your recommendations. And then page 28. You had mentioned about working on the system, about the application, about the law requirements, about what my legal obligations are as far as getting endorsements. And it came to my head. I thought, well, I'm lucky that my wife works in real estate. So my wife, she's housed under law as well. She has to be licensed to do her job. But there's their words, right? Licensed, certified versus certified. So that's not my point. We'll put that to the side. We're both housed under LARA. And I thought to myself, okay, a professional interpreter versus other professions that are housed also under Lara uh, have to get their information all together and provide that to them. And how could we explain that, how you can become an interpreter and what the state requires of you? So I did some investigation and I found quite a few things. It was quite incredible. Lots of different fields have to have licensure, and they have a paper copy and a breakdown where that explains everything that you do step by step, what you need to do to become licensed. They have that, whether it's with real estate, being an attorney, doctors. If you live in a different state and you move to Michigan, what do you do to become a doctor in the state? They had it all laid out very clearly. And that was one of my favorite things here is plumbers are right here. They have an actual video. It's an 8-minute video that explains to you how to do the trainings, how to go, what testings that you need to have done. And I was like, I want that for us. That's what we need. We need something like that. Like that video was excellent. It was perfect. So I can see the comparison of these different professions out there and the service professionals, licensed professionals, they have those resources. Those are made available, readily available for them. So I'm asking that we could apply that to our population of the interpreting profession. It'd be a very easy thing to do. Plus, I was impressed and I love the dashboard concept. I'm a data nerd, so I'm all about that. I will take that dashboard.
Diana here, I would like to make comments. I love what you said. I completely agree, James, but one of the big issues is the starting point of how do we get them to pass the BEI? More than 3/4 of test takers fail. So we have to go to the starting point. The starting point, is it the programs, or do we change our rules? James, when you talked about your example, when you're thinking about real estate and other professions, they have opportunities to practice before they take the test. We don't, interpreters cannot practice interpreting unless they have someone to mentor them. If we have a shortage of interpreters, that means we have a shortage of mentors. So where do we start to fix that pipeline? Shane. Okay, I'll cut up with the camera. I think we can turn the deaf interpreter off. Thank you. That's a good question. Where do we start? Now, you did mention the passage rate and improving that. That is a start. Let's look at what the percentage is and set a goal for yourself. What would a new percentage? It's not going to be 100% pass rate. Obviously, it can't be that. So if you're saying that, I think maybe you said 34%, let's just say 34%.
We don't even have that.
Okay, let's just say it was 34%, and maybe we set a goal to just move it to 36 or 38%, and you build the mechanism around what it looks like to increase that percentage and define what that looks like when you invest in that. In our part of our report, in our recommendations, there's narrative about how to improve those support systems. I think one thing that would be helpful for all of you is to have a conversation with BEI and with other professional certification of what is the psychometrics. What does that look like? How are you to measure human behavior around interpreting? What does that look like? And how can we improve human performance in meeting the quality expectations and passing the test? So I think that's be a great conversation for this group. If you haven't yet had that conversation, understanding the testing environment, what does it mean for people to meet that expectation, with the understanding that the goal is for people to enter into the profession, the baseline, and then grow from there. So I think it's a good area to start from as a board, and understanding that area of the profession very well and supporting that growth. And as I said before, it'd be great to invite the programs and what that collaboration would look like. You'll see that MOU that was recommended recently. I think that's a good step. between Laura, the board, and your local programs, and understanding that better and using that to measure moving forward, maybe the goal, the bar increases from 34 to 36, then to 38, and so on and
Okay,
so on.
thank you. Anyone else have any comments? This is Mitch. I have oh, hello. Okay, this is Mitch. Thank you, Shane. Thank you for your team, and thank you to Lara. Thank you, BCHS, and thank you, Larry and Heather. Thank you so much. Thank you to the community who participated and everyone who's involved in this. You are correct. We knew most of this information that was already internal in us. We know that we can see it because we're boots on the ground right now. It was nice to have some evidence, actual data to show people, show government and legislators. So thank you for that. And thank you for your work and your beautiful report. I have several questions. I don't want to take up all of our time or your time. So first of all, about that, there's two parts of the data that come together specifically regarding that one slide about deaf people who are not confident in their interpreters that they'll do a good job. Can you talk more about that data of those who are not confident plus where that they are geographically located at? Is that something of those other factors that you were able to look at and what those variables look like? Is that possible?
Thank you. Great question. Can we do that? Yes. Is it part of the scope of this project? No. So again, remember, this is preliminary information that we were starting from. Where do we go from there? So I think for that, we have created what's called a pivot table, or we could create that and then do the comparisons and make a report from there. So feel free to have a conversation with Laura if that's something they want to implement. But you need to think about, based on the number of respondents, do you want to do that, or do you want to get more data before we delve into that specific area? So again, when Larry and Heather and Colleen and the rest of the team, when we talked about what was the preliminary information we needed to get a starting point to analyze this and start our work, that's where we started from. So for example, Steph mentioned that some locations we didn't even touch on, interpreting agencies, interpreter education programs, parents of deaf children, those who hire. So, we didn't talk to those people. So we need to think about, are you content with the data we have now? Or do we need to collect more data before we delve into answering those types of questions? That's a conversation for you to have.
This is Mitch again. I'll wait till the camera's on me. Okay, this is Mitch again. All right, so question to you, who owns that data? Does an Innovi, or is that type of data going to be handed over to Laura?
Shane here. The data is your project, but our company has branded the project. So we have put the data together. So to be clear, when we set up the focus groups, we made promises of confidentiality. So anything that would share their identity cannot be shared. Additionally, the survey, any identifiable information would be removed, but any information that's not identifiable following ethical research principles, we would be sharing with Laura.
This is Mitch again. So I'm curious, you start with the survey, and then a question regarding this survey about the interpreter confidence, whether they're deafblind. There's a high percentage of them that lack confidence in their interpreters. And did that lead to a focus group and the interview questions about that specific topic?
It's a great question. So both in the survey and the focus group, we collected that information simultaneously. There was different ways that you can design a project. You can do an initial survey and then host focus group. But with the scope of the work, how it was designed, we again decided, because this was preliminary data, where are we starting from? We build on that, tell us what what do we want to know more about? So you might say, this is an area we want to focus on moving forward, because there's lots of areas that we could focus on, the whole gamut of things. And the board and Laura would decide what would be the next area of focus, where do they want to invest their time and energy. So the design of this survey did not lead us to go from this area has come up and then lead into another focus group. So we did another project. I'll give you an example. We did the project first, then we showed the data, then we were asked to respond to the data, but we didn't do that with this particular project for the state of Michigan.
This is Mitch again. So you mentioned modern language or association as, is that mentioned for reference in your report? Is it the end?
Shane here. That Modern Language Association report is mentioned in our Louisiana project. But you can find it on the web. It's available. You can look at that Modern Language Association. Their analysis was specific on the number of people who are learning ASL.
This is Sarah. Just a quick question. You talked about how you collected the data. You said that 356 survey responses you received, and then 11 individual interviews, and then 6 focus groups. So that 11 individual interviews, how was that decided? Why was it only limited to 11? I'm just curious if you can share that information with us.
Shane here. Fantastic question. Thank you. So the survey and focus group was designed to get a broad view, a variety of perspectives. Those 11 specific interviews were really people who were quite familiar. For example, leaders of associations, people who brought expertise in certain areas in the state of Michigan, who would present the information that we needed to know to support the project. How they were selected was based on commonly known leaders, people who were known researchers familiar in specific areas. We talked to them about specifically, what do we need to know about Michigan to help us with this project? What data can you give us to help us understand the context of the Michigan project? So a lot of those interviews, the interviews themselves were not intended to become a sole source of data for the rest of the project, but more to help support the project and understand the underlying information that would be helpful to support the project overall. So yeah, and I think a lot of decisions of who to interview came from our company. Some recommendations were made from Laura, but mostly it was us talking to people in the community. Who should we talk to? And they would say, oh, you should also talk to this person. And then we set up those interviews.
James? This is James speaking. Hello. I know I always look at the agenda. The old business is typically blank. So I have a suggestion. Perhaps the board would take this into consideration. The BDBHH would accept this as far as a committee from the board. And we were talking about this data and their in-depth information. We printed the report and be able to provide recommendations to BCHS and where they can actually improve the survey and get more information in those different areas and continue the survey. And this analysis would provide and inform the next steps from us. Oh,
Making a motion.
James?
Hold on a second, the camera's not on you.
This is Diane speaking.
I'm looking straight ahead, not at the screens. Okay. I do know that proper protocol would be to wait until new business comes, but we are off on our timing schedule. So I'm going to allow a motion to be made during this discussion, during this block of time, so that we are spending our time efficiently. So James, you are making a motion to have a subcommittee to really delve into this report, and we, whoever is on the subcommittee, then make our recommendations to Laura, and hopefully Laura will accept them. I know Larry's back there. I'm looking over here. So do I have a seconder for that
I
motion?
second that. This is Sarah.
Any discussion?
Mm-mm.
Okay, ready to vote? We will take it to a vote.
Yes.
Those in favor of this motion that we make a subcommittee?
And
Who who opposes? No, none. Seeing none, motion passes. And so after this, we will talk about how we get that subcommittee started. Okay? All right. Do we have any more questions? Mitch does.
Hi, this is Mitch speaking. I have another question about some of the data. I did read the entire report, but there's some parts of it that I didn't quite understand. The example that was used as the respondent had said that it wasn't very clear as far as what the requirements were for a legal endorsement, for example, which is puzzling to me because our rules do say A, B, C, D, E, all the steps of what we're supposed to be doing to get that. So I'm confused if you have any other explanation or feeling as far as what people meant by that.
This is Shane. To specifically answer that question, I would prefer to look at the data again to see what we can parse from that and get back to you on that. But also, I'd like to reach out to the person who collected the information at first, just to clarify that piece and get more and respond to that specific question, because they were working with that, and also so that you and Laura can have a better understanding of what those responses actually mean.
Okay, last comment. I just want to say that I appreciate NV and your work and acknowledging Alara and their work and the board's work. All this research really proved what we've been doing thus far, well, some of it. And so we'll be having conversations and we'll get a rough draft of the rules. You'll see some of these things in there that we've already addressed. So I just want to thank you for validating us. And we also acknowledge Laura and the board that there's been a tremendous amount of work to be done. And your acknowledgement has been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that, Mitch. I was planning to make this comment. When we first started the project, often when you're working with a group of people who are not deaf individuals, they are not people who use sign language, sometimes the question is, what is their commitment level of those individuals? But I can tell you that you are very fortunate in this state to have a group of people at Lara who really believe that you have known and lived experience as interpreters and as deaf individuals to help Lara understand how to do their job to best support you. I believe they did this with integrity. You know, what they talked about and the changes that are being made. I think a lot of these changes you've mentioned have already been a part of your work before I even came on board. I know many of them were starting to be in place, but I know from our project and our conversations with Lara, they did learn, you know, they were doing things without waiting for the report. They just demonstrated a commitment to people in the state. And I believe that what you have in place here is the right kind of connection and collaboration. It's really a systemic partnership. That's what we'd like to see in other states. Many states don't have those type of partnerships, a clear authority of who the makers are, who has delegated authority. Laura has a lot of authority here, not all of it. Legislator has it. The people higher up from them also have authority, but without their authority being delegated in a way that we could engage. What I've seen you have here, deaf people, interpreters, were all represented on this board. I believe you have a bright future in the state of Michigan. It's like James' comment, I said, I'm coming back. I see positive things happening in the state. It's a state that I would like to be a part of growing, that me personally, I'm really, I'm impressed by what I see. I look forward to what's to come and the strategies and moving from where we are and sharing, this report publicly, showing the nation of some of the things that you have, some of the things that you have in place, some of the challenges that you're facing. But I think that everything can be measured over time by taking a snapshot of today. Will it be the same snapshot 3 years from now? Absolutely not. So what does the change look like? Where will we be in 3 years? And Laura supports the QI board, supports the community. You have partners in MSD, the Office of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, the hospitals, the associations, the Michigan Association. In many ways, you've been supported. And so, really you build from what you have. I believe that changes will happen.
This is Diane. Wow, thank you very much. Thank you so much for your presentation. And just like Mitch had mentioned, we as deaf people, we knew it and we live it, right? We've seen it, we feel it. And sometimes it can feel discouraging and you feel powerless. But with this makes me feel like we can be hopeful as a deaf community. We can push to make changes. So no one will go through what we've gone through. That's our goal. And again, I want to thank Laura and I want to thank Larry and Heather and the entire group and the board members and the community for working with us and for informing our decisions. And I want to thank you for giving us all this evidence. So we can just say that way we can say that we have the facts in front of us. We have data to support our pleas. So thank you so much. And I hope you have a safe flight home and hopefully it's a bit more easier than your flight here. And can we take a moment to take a break or do we need a restroom break? All right, let's take a 5-minute break and then we'll start with our partner updates. Okay. 5 minutes.
Testing.
If everybody can come on back into the room, it would be lovely. This is Sarah Houston speaking.
Is everybody ready?
Now, our meeting will resume after our 5-minute break here. Okay, because of time, I want to make a motion that we table business to the 2013 MOU, Memorandum of Understanding with the interpreters and DODBHH. And that is in regards to interpreting internships and the like. And is that okay with you?
I
If we
second
take
that. This is Sarah.
Okay, all right.
No objections? No objections.
All right, we're gonna table the MOU to the next meeting. Okay, what I was saying before the break, before nature called, about our subcommittee that we're gonna start. But I can't start a subcommittee without official approval, so a subcommittee of all of us?
No,
No.
can't do that. It's gotta be.
1, 2, 3, 4,
four
5.
or less.
Yeah, 4 or less.
Okay. I think all of us want to be, I selfishly want to be involved in the subcommittee,
I'm
so.
good on that. This is Sarah. Nope. I don't need to be involved. That would be 1, 2, 3, and 4. If we had Miles, James, and Mitch.
So we'll have a subcommittee of the 4 of us. And Sarah.
Sarah. Really?
No, I'm also
Be my
Sarah.
boss.
I'm
Just be
looking
my
at,
boss.
I'm looking at my pop, drinking my pop. Okay,
And she'll be an alternate.
and she'll be an alternate. If one of us can't make it, then we can plug Sarah in.
James here.
Yes, James.
Yeah, James speaking. I just want to really respectfully look at the fact that we have Miles, Mitch, and also April, who's not here, who all have their master's degree and have done the research. So if April is interested in having a seat on this committee, I'm happy to step aside.
I think we all are in some way part of this process and can kind of join as needed for support. And we have different skills and experience. So I can step out so that you can have the subcommittee. So all 4 members of the board at one time. And we will switch out with alternates as needed. Does that sound good? Say yes or no.
This is Sarah, yes.
Is that allowed, James here? Is it allowed?
I'll ask, is that allowed? Oh, 3. Can we have an alternate?
So there's 9 members of the board, but 1 member is resigned, so I would go with 3. So 3 members of your subcommittee instead of 4.
3 members of the subcommittee. And can we have 2 subcommittees?
Yes.
All right, let's do Two, yeah, we'll have two. Three working on one and three working on something else.
I don't say anything.
Set up two subcommittees, 3 members in each.
This is Mitch speaking. I'll wait till the camera gets on me. I'm a little confused. What's the point of the subcommittee that you are proposing?
We don't know yet. That's what we're gonna figure out, right?
Hold on, hang on.
Well, we
No,
know,
no, no,
but
no,
there's so
no.
much involved.
I think the point of the, oh,
Sorry, I'll wait for the camera to catch up. Sure. Pardon. I think the point of the subcommunity was for a small group of the board to read through the data and provide specific recommendation based on Innovy's recommendations for Laura to look at and review the capacity to be able to implement for our profession. That's my understanding, that really to provide more specific recommendations. Do we need 2 subcommittees for that? Probably not. I think it's all going to go back to the board anyways. Those
Exactly.
3 people are not going to make any decisions. They're going to make the recommendations, and all the board will still have an opportunity to give feedback and make comment on those
Right.
specific recommendations that are brought forward.
That's fine. There's so many recommendations. So the subcommittee will, so can one subcommittee fulfill all of that?
I think once, this is Mitch. I'll wait till the camera's on me. Oh,
I defer to the experts.
oh, is it my turn? Okay, it says Mitch speaking. So I agree with Miles. I do think that the point of the subcommittee, as James' motion that he made, is to take a look at NFV's report and maybe say, okay, what are our next action steps for Laura? What are they going to do? And the 3 of us will come together, take a look at those recommendations and our thoughts, and then hand off that recommendation and bring it to the entire board, the entirety of the board. So everyone will have an opportunity to say what they need to say. Maybe they overlooked something, for instance, BCHS did or something. There'll still be a time for discussion because it would be open during the open meetings, but the subcommittee would be able to work outside of the Open Meetings Act.
Okay, fine. Like I said, I'll defer to the experts. Oh, move the camera. Like I said, I will defer to the experts. We'll pick 3 of the board members. So since your idea, you want to be the chair, James?
I'll stand over here in the frame. No, just kidding. James speaking. No.
Okay. Then Miles.
I will.
Okay, Miles volunteered to be the chair. Great. And who are going to be the other 2 members? Who's going to volunteer? James and,
Mitch, I would like to be.
okay. It's an all-male team.
Hey.
No, I know. That was wrong. Yeah. I was a little sassy comment from me. That was a sexist comment. Sorry. My apologies. Hold 1 minute. We've already decided the individuals,
3.
the 3 individuals. No mention of sex or gender. No, wait, I'm sorry. We have Mitch, James, Miles. And Miles will be the chairperson. Everyone accepts that? Okay, that's settled. Oh. I thought you were saying, stand your hand up to say yes.
No.
All right. I need some more
James
of this.
speaking. I want to recommend April Davidson and give her the opportunity to participate because her knowledge and expertise with research in the field of interpreting, she has a master's degree specifically in this field. I'd like to offer to her if she wants to be on the subcommittee. If she declines, then I will happily join, but I would like to make the opportunity available to her
But
first.
she's not here.
Sounds good. Sarah?
All right, I accept that. I accept that motion.
I didn't realize that you had to be present for that. We could say that the board recommends the three and just wait for her to accept.
Okay. Several people not here. What are discussing? We'll find 3 individuals who will be on the subcommittee.
This is Sarah, waiting for the camera to come on me. Spotlight me. So this is Sarah. So just to ensure that the motion is clear, we need to clarify the motion right now that we have at hand, because there's a motion on the floor. So we need to repeat that motion with some clarity.
Okay, again, the motion is that we have 3 members of our board that will work on this subcommittee. And Miles is the chairperson.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I second.
Chair, I second that.
Yep, I'm in
in
support of
favor.
that. This is Sarah.
All right, you support it?
Two thumbs
All in
beside
support.
you.
Okay. Finally, now, next on the agenda. On the agenda, which is completely messed up now. We've had breaks and everything. Now we're on partner updates. DDBHH? Kenya? Which one of you? I just saw.
It's ready. I'm ready. Hello, everybody. Everyone online, hello to you. Thank you, Laura, for the opportunity. You want me to move over just a little bit? Is this better? Great. Thank you for the opportunity to present briefly. I know that we are running out of time. Time is short. I first want to update you on what DBHH has been doing lately, and there have been some concerns. First, in fiscal year 25, we did 25 trainings. Attended 50 events since I started in January. We are getting down to business. Elena Lale has been promoted as Communications Access Specialist. So her primary responsibility is to really serve our community with filing complaints. Since she was promoted in April, since that time, we have serviced 18 individuals, 18 clients. 12 are active and 6 cases have been closed of those 18. We are now have 403 calls to our office. We had a situation in the judicial system in Macomb County. And we had a deaf individual in court that requested a CDI for their trial, for their proceedings. Clearly, this would be a struggle here in the state. So Lara so kindly supported us in expediting the process of, while I found CDIs from out of state, expediting the process to get them able to work for that upcoming trial. We wanted to make sure that they were prepared and ready. And so from my count, we have 5 CDIs registered in the state to help with that specific trial on as needed. They are all from out of state. And we now have 2 here who are working on their legal endorsement here, and they reside here. They have their legal endorsements, which is wonderful for us because that was desperately needed. We need more CDIs in the state of Michigan. And I want to see us raising the standard using CDIs frequently. So if you are watching this online and you're exploring this as a career, please consider the opportunity to become a CDI. If you are willing to move to Michigan, please move to Michigan and become a CDI here. It's a wonderful state. We have lovely people. It's a wonderful, you'll see Shane will tell you, it's a wonderful state. So yes, consider moving here and bringing your skills and talent. We here at DOD DBHH have 3 committees, just like you guys were just negotiating today. Education, that is a huge issue, as you know, here in the state. Another committee on health, and a 3rd one on employment. So those are the big issues that we are prioritizing right now, trying to figure out how we can strategize and resolve issues here in the state of Michigan. We continue to partner with a variety of agencies, DEFCAN, Michigan Rehabilitational Services, and building connections again. Those relationships had really just kind of gone by the wayside for a variety of reasons, some of them just structural, political, but rebuilding those relationships because we know we cannot continue without our partnerships. And you know that we only have a very small staff, and so we depend on the partnerships with the community and for people outside of our office to help us moving. So I'm very grateful for that. It's been a wonderful support in the community. I'm so extremely grateful. I think that is all my updates for now. No government shutdown. Very happy about that. Oh, sorry. Any questions? Do you have any questions for me?
No.
No. This is Mitch.
Mitch?
This is Mitch speaking. Oh,
Nice to meet.
Very nice. So the Division on Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing, their board, you recognize those 3 subcommittees? Are the 3 priorities that you're working on? Is that your office's priorities as well?
It is in alignment with our, just waiting for the screen to catch up. Yes, it is aligned with our priorities, which makes it much easier because we're already doing daily work on it. And it's helpful to have the board doing some tasks so we can keep that moving along and accomplish things in a much expedited manner.
This is Mitch speaking again, waiting for the spotlight of the camera. Excellent. So I would love to offer our support for any and all. If you need any information from us or any support from us, I would like to offer that up. I don't care what they do, but I'm going to offer our support. All right. Thank you. Great.
Camera, thank you. Thank you. Are you up to it? I'm pointing my fingers at all of you. Thank you.
It's wonderful when you have a board that volunteers their services without asking. No, all teasing aside. Want to let you know, yes, I myself would be happy to provide my support and my services as well. And I know people on the subcommittee, maybe we'll be contacting you, reaching out to see if we can compare how we can work together and share those resources. Thank you. And Mitch volunteered me, Kenya. He volunteered me, but I volunteer myself too, okay?
Thank you from
All
Kenya.
right.
Thank you.
John Kirsch, are you here? He left. Okay, Michigan Department of Ed. Okay, Michigan School for the Deaf. Jessica.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Oop. Hold on one second. Okay, everyone's laughing, so I mean, all the sugar rush is starting to set in, so hopefully it'll keep you guys going. All right, hello, I'm Jessica Contreras. My name sign is here, J on the cheek. I work for the Michigan School for the Deaf, and my role is I'm the head of the school. The Michigan School for the Deaf provides bilingual and bicultural education for deaf students all over the state of Michigan. We have academics, we have dormitories, we have athletics after school. My role, and I just started in this position about 3 months ago. Yeah, it's my 3rd month, so I'm quite excited. I know there's some new faces and some old faces that I've met. And if I haven't met you yet, please come up and meet me. Look forward to developing all of these relationships with you. So updates related to Michigan School for the Deaf. Since I've been at MSD as the head of school, I've been focused on building relationships with a variety of things, whether it's staff, the students, parents, and the community as well. My goal is that by next year, August 2026, we will have a strategic plan in place. But in order to get to that goal, I have to ask all of you and come to all of you and ask you to participate. I need your perspectives of what was effective with MSD and what do you wish you could see from MSD and how can we improve and what type of challenges that are being experienced. So that's my role, is to gather all of that data and that feedback in order to build that strategic plan. We will have a community forum on October 20th at 4:30 p.m. till 6:30 p.m. And I just wanted to take an opportunity to invite you all to come out. Whoever's here, come out. We would love to have your perspective. Also, some of you may or may not have seen this or not, but MDE, Michigan State, finally, Michigan, the 40 million that we got for the dormitories, finally, the Genesee School District, ISD, plus the Department of Transportation Budget and Management have come together, and we're going to move it forward with starting to build our new dorms, which means, what does that mean? That means RFPs are in process, the request for proposals, which means that any of those who want to work on MSD as far as construction, they can bid on that. So that is very exciting. We've been waiting a long time for this, for the dorms. So the goal is by fall of 2028 that we will have a new dorm. And just so you know what that means, I'm predicting that we will have an expansion of students who are going to be very excited about coming to Michigan School for the Deaf and who are going to want to live in the new dorms. And what does that mean? That means we need more staff. That means, and that includes interpreters as well. Our current challenges at MSD is we do not have enough interpreters to meet all the needs of the students, nor the administration. Personally, since I've been here in the 3 months, I've struggled finding interpreters. I've gone without. I've had to cancel meetings because I feel like the students are priority. They're the ones who deserve to have access to their education as opposed to me just networking and going into my new role. So this is a really important, and I'm excited to see Laura and your work and what your regulations and how that is going to impact students and me as the head of school and the administration. With that, does anybody have questions for me?
Sarah speaking. I have no questions, but I just want to say welcome as a parent to a child, if I can call it. He's taller than me now, so child is normally assigned shorter, but as a child at MSD, he's very excited to have you there. Your energy is very contagious and very exciting, and I'm looking forward to what's to come and the improvements we'll
Thank
see
you.
in
I
the
really
future.
appreciate that. That's quite moving. Thank you. I'll wait till the camera comes back on me so I can restate that. Okay, I'll say that again. Again, thank you so much. I'm so grateful and I really appreciate that. And I'm excited to have all these students, including the community and parents, being engaged. I do believe that all of us have a big heart for MSD and I look forward to seeing what's going to come.
Agreed.
Okay. All right. Thank you for coming. And I'm just thrilled to see you there at MSD. And also, I don't know if this is legal or not, but I feel it's time to connect with Laura. I think we can offer our services and all of us here, right, in the board, that we can assist you in your goals. It's so important that for our deaf children's future here in the state of Michigan, it's important that they get full access to education and that leadership. And we're so thankful and grateful that you moved here to Michigan. Thank you. Anyone
Thank
else?
you. Thank you. Thank you, interpreters.
Next presentation is Mirrored.
Hi, everyone. And those seated in the audience, I'm James Chet. I am the president of Michigan RID. We've already heard about the struggles in Michigan. What I am happy to tell you, this is the first year in 5 that we have made money for the first time. We have had many changes. We've made cuts, things that did not align with us anymore. We've gotten rid of those things, and we're still looking at what's to come. The one thing that I wish I could see the people behind me. So I'm looking on the screen. I'm asking all of you. We see what we've heard today, the individual stories. But we must know our history. The Michigan RAD was previously a very strong organization. Do you remember in 2016 here, we had a conference at Mott Community College. How many students, do you know how many people came? 160 interpreters at the conference here. That's almost 50% of people who reside in the state and work as an interpreter came to the conference. Since then, our most recent workshop or training on the weekend, we had about 25 attendees, maybe 30, somewhere in that range. How many people show up for our meetings? Oh, take a guess, 4. And those aren't members. 0 members came to our meeting. There were 4 board members. That's it. Michigan Deaf Association. They have significant history. I remember 2010, 2016, the partnership was amazing. We came together as organizations, people got together. Obviously, COVID had a significant impact on that. That's all gone away. And now Michigan Deaf Association is trying to revitalize. They're really working on getting up and running again. And they have one simple ask for those of us who are interpreters. Please come and volunteer interpret for us at our conference. They're finally having a conference and they're looking for volunteer interpreters. Just their presentations are short. They're 45 minutes. You can just volunteer for one session. How many volunteers did we have? 1. That was me. So if we look through the report made by Innovy, what we'll see right now is it's quite controversial when you look at the perspective of deaf community members on how much we pay interpreters and the perspective of interpreters on their pay. They are completely coming from different lenses. And we really could connect again. We could be on the same page, but part of it is that we have to recognize that we are working deaf. In order to earn a living, deaf people have to use my services. And when is that the only time they pay me? That's the kind of thing that we want to approach here with Michigan RID, this kind of dialogue, this conversation about how do we build these bridges. I have been working with Detroit Black Deaf Advocates, DBDA, and I've partnered with them to set things up. I've gone to WCCCD, Wayne County Community College District. I've actually gone and attended and worked with the students and talked to the students to engage them, try to develop a mentorship program, things that BCHS will see a positive benefit and impact in our profession, but maybe they can't do it, but we can. And if we can't do it, we can't do it without people who are willing to invest and give back. One just quick story, one quick comment about how we have the multi-prong approach. So an example of that is, I start as a basic, entry level, become certified, start working. And then I acquire experience. That experience, how do I get experience? How can I invest in experience? How can I take my experience and invest it in others? And for those who are getting closer to retirement, how can they invest back into the organization? This is the place for that. Just really trying to pull people in and really bring in those who have the significant experience. We don't want NV mentioned age. We don't want people to age out and we lose their experience and expertise as they retire and leave the profession. So we want to figure out how we preserve that and reinvest it back into the up and coming interpreters and the life cycle of interpreting in the profession. We can collaborate and work together with all ages. We see many older deaf people when we host events, and often, we have deaf young people where we can get our deaf older people in, but how do we get deaf young people? So I say to deaf parents of deaf children, what do you need? How can we get you engaged? That's the issue that we're currently facing. And so what I am asking of our profession, people who work in this profession, you earn money, you are in the field of interpreting, please get involved. Please be engaged. Start doing something, not just for, how do I want to say this? But we know that members want to know what's in it for them. I respect that. I acknowledge that. But also, how can we sustain and support this community professionally? That's my 2 cents today. Thank you.
Miles?
Thank you, James, for your comments. I just have a question. One question for you. You mentioned MDA. They were looking for volunteer interpreters. How are they advertising that and promoting that? For personally, I did not see any materials or a call for interpreters. I know that some of you looked a little bit confused by that. Is where exactly is that being placed? I would love to share that information because I know there's quite a few interpreters who would like to volunteer during that weekend. So would you mind sharing that information so we can get that awareness out there?
Certainly. Thank you for the question, Miles. So MDA contacted us directly, Merit, and we did send it out to our membership. We did an email blast. We also posted it on Facebook, which is much more public. It's not, anybody can see that. So we sent it out multiple times. And that has been our best approach of communicating so far. But if MDA also reached out to other organizations, that I don't know about, but I do know that Merit specifically did share it with our membership.
Did you ever consider contacting MDA in terms of getting students to come and help at the registration table, maybe to be guides or something like that? just an opportunity even for them to observe qualified interpreters during these sessions. And also just have that interaction with deaf people that are there. Maybe there's a way that we could contact them and suggest that. Thank you.
James here, we did see students ask and we said, well, we can't do any interpreting, but we did connect those students who reached out to us and did connect them directly to MDA.
Thank you. There's no representation for the next agency.
From
Okay,
MDA, none from Michigan Deaf Association.
okay. Front Association for the Deaf? No representation here. Okay. Communication Access Center? Teresa?
Hi, everybody. I am Teresa Miracle from Communication Access Center. I'll say hello to the people behind me, hello to the board. I want to, is it better if I move a little bit to the left? Okay, I want to talk about some of the challenges that we are facing around access to communication is a human right. We all know that, I'm sure. Interpreters are a critical partnership for communication access for our deaf community members. And one of the current challenges that we have been experiencing is team interpreters cancellations, backing out on assignments at the very last minute. People back out, they cancel, which does not leave enough time to find a replacement. It doesn't leave enough time we've already sent out our confirmations. We think we have everything worked out, and then someone backs out at the last minute and we can't replace them. Sometimes you'll have a team present to a job and then all of a sudden the second person backs out, which leaves one interpreter that has to make a choice to either proceed, but then they run the risk of repetitive strain injury and all of those things. So there are some ways that we can navigate that. We can increase their pay or they can back out on the assignment. But at the end of the day, it's the deaf community who always suffers on those impacts. Always. It's always significantly impacts the deaf person. And so really just thinking about how we can resolve these issues. That last minute cancellation, say it's somebody who's about to have eye surgery or cataract surgery, someone backs out, think about the harm that causes for the deaf person where there's anxiety because there's no interpreter. Their appointments have to be postponed if someone's going through any kind of cancer experience or treatment. It really significantly impacts the deaf person's health. And so then the lack of trust builds there because at the time that I critically need an interpreter, they're not reliable, and it really impacts deaf individuals. Physicians, nurses, people in the medical profession are not experienced in how to work with deaf patients. So those cancellation and postponements cost money for the profession, for us, and for a deaf person who's maybe taken time off work. It has significant financial impacts. A lot of interpreters want top pay for their hard work, which is understandable. But what becomes the priority is the dollar over the impacts on deaf people. I'm not just talking about because of agencies. I'm really talking about the impact on deaf individuals. So deaf people are left with little opportunity, limited ways to navigate their health care. Those opportunities reduce significantly. And so I am here today with the concern about these interpreters who back out of these assignments and cancel at the last minute. And where is the professional accountability for that behavior? There should be a mindset in place that we put the deaf community first, Community is first. I have, thought that that was the driving mission, that collaboration between those of us in the deaf community and our interpreters. We need to see more collaboration. And if you think about what are the ethical duties if I back out of this assignment, what are the impacts? Who suffers most? It is the deaf individual. We need more bridges to access communication. Deaf people need more bridges to access communication. So yes, we do enjoy your skills. We appreciate them. We appreciate when you are there. We appreciate your contribution. We enjoy all of you as interpreters. But we do need to figure out how to resolve this issue around team interpreting and some of the issues that have come up. How do we fix that? So really myself as a deaf individual at the end of the day, doesn't matter that I'm the director of CAC, I am a deaf individual and my own worries are what happens as I get older, what happens to how I access my own health care. And so I think we need to really think about how we fix the ethical piece of really making sure we are putting the support into the deaf community. Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Deaf senior citizens?
This is Florida. I'm the president of the FDSE and the Deaf Flint Senior Citizens. We have a meeting twice a month. One is the first Tuesday. That's our serious meeting where we serve lunch and we socialize and play games, bingo or Lucky 52. We come together to socialize. And then the third week of the month, we play games, we chat, do fundraising, things of that nature. We'll be celebrating our 60th year anniversary in 2026. In October, it'll be 26 years and 60 years, excuse me. And our membership is growing. We have about 80 members and we have a deaf blind as well. That population is growing. We used to only have a couple and now we've grown into 5 members that are identified as deaf blind. And when we talk about interpreters, we are having issues with finding deafblind interpreters. They're very difficult to find. And sometimes we have interpreters who can show up, sometimes they don't show up. So members will come and try to help with the tactile signing. That's a big issue that comes that we're approaching. And the deaf senior citizens have had conversations about interpreting issues. Going to a doctor and they use VRI. A lot of senior citizens have a hard time viewing the VRI screen because it's too small. It's an iPad. As you know, the size of an iPad is quite small and it's hard for even myself. It's hard for me to be able to access communication using a VRI because of vision issues. So it's better to have a in-person interpreter for those types of appointments. So I just want you to be aware of that. We've had conversations with the medical field. And they need to be really educated on what deaf needs are for interpreters and having a live interpreter. And that because VRI, you have technical issues and then it ends up wasting our time as well. And then if it doesn't work, they'll say, well, can you postpone my appointment? Well, my health is not to be postponed. And then I have to put off my health care and that's not good. So we really need to emphasize that to the medical field, the different corporations of those hospitals, that they need to be educated and really put an emphasis on that. And thank you. Any questions for me?
Any questions? Thank you. I'm also a member. I'm also a member of the Deaf Senior Citizens. I'm one of those 80 people there. Okay. Detroit Black Deaf Advocates, do we have any representation? Any representatives today? No? Okay. Next on the agenda is department updates.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate it. So for the department update, we can go to the next slide, Colleen. Wanted to share some of the things that we've been doing and some of the exciting projects we've been working on. As you know, since the last board meeting, we've been pretty busy. We implemented this summer the online payment module for renewal payments. We anticipate that growing next year and being more available to people, but that is available now for renewals for all individuals, BEI and RID. So good stuff there. Slowly but surely we'll get there. And we also moved our testing room to the second floor of the Ottawa building, renovated it, and hopefully to kind of improve the experience of the testers that are there, as well as make it more seamless when they're coming in and testing, and more of a dedicated space so we don't have people walking by or interrupting. So another thing that we added, which we're pretty excited about, is the video phone. The video phone can be used to file complaints. It can be used for feedback that you want to provide to the program. So if you have anyone who's interested in using that, it is on our website as well as listed here in the PowerPoint. And then an exciting thing that we'll talk a little bit more about in a couple minutes, but our general rules for the qualified interpreters were finally released as of Monday. Yay! In both ASL and English. So exciting stuff to see that available, and you can find that on our website as well as videos in ASL. For future board meetings, we are looking for venues to host our next board meetings at for 2026. So more information to come on that. Next slide, please. Partnerships that we've had since our last meeting that we've kind of worked on. We've worked with Michigan Department of Civil Rights, specifically deaf, blind, and hard of hearings initiatives to increase, as Kenya mentioned, the CDIs and expedite those applications in Michigan. We've also met with Boys Town regarding the EIPA to talk about some of the challenges we're hearing in the industry, things like test wait times and also the time that it takes to get those tests rated and followed back up with. Let's see, we've met with Texas, which for those of you that don't know, they are the ones that issue our, we rent the BEI from. And so we talked to them about some of the challenges we've seen, the lower pass rates, the potential for prep classes for those that are interested in taking BEI at all levels. So we're hoping to hear more on that. It does sound like they're offering some prep, however, just not real frequently yet, but it sounds like they're working on trying to ramp that up some. So hopefully we'll see more on that. As Shane presented on today, the NAV report is in the process of being posted on the website. It should be there soon, but finalized and getting there. So next slide, please. We've been to several community events since our last meeting. These are some of them. We went to the Department of Education Resources on the deaf and hard of hearing. That conference was focusing on full access to strengthening our foundations. We presented on that as well as attended that as an exhibitor. On September 12th, we went to the Michigan Department of Civil Rights, Deaf, Blind, and Hard of Hearing Council. That was in Lansing, just gave a bureau update. On September 18th, we attended the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Services Deaf Celebration Day in Grand Rapids as an exhibitor. And then on September 27th, we participated in the Deaf Celebration Day in Southfield as an exhibitor. Next slide, please. And then our next event that we have coming up in the near future is Saturday, November 15th, Michigan Deaf Association, ASL for All, Revival, Resilience, and Accessibility. Next slide. I know I touched on this briefly about partnering with MDCR on expediting some of our CDIs in Michigan. So right now, we have 2 in-state CDIs and 10 out-of-state. And on our next slide, it shows kind of where in the United States the CDIs are located. So the 2 that are in Michigan, 3 in California, and then spread throughout. Next slide. Complaints is always a hot topic. So we wanted to just give an update about what's going on with our complaint investigations. As you know, we've partnered with our workforce investigation section that's within the Bureau of Community and Health Systems. And so that section investigates complaints regarding qualified interpreters, as well as certified nurse aides and medication aides, and the training programs and trainers associated with those. So for 2025 to date, we've received 4 complaints. We've had 1 revocation, 1 removal from the registry due to violations outside of Michigan, but we're certified in Michigan. And then we have 2 ongoing investigations currently. Next slide. So testing statistics, as you know, that these numbers have kind of been about the same, but wanted to just give you an update for the fiscal year 25. So that would be October 2024 through September 2025. So for our TEP exams, the English proficiency, we've had a 49% pass rate. BEI performance for basics is 30% pass rate, 14% pass rate for the advanced, and we haven't had any this year pass for masters. I do want to note on this slide that if you compare this year's testing numbers compared to the previous years, it has increased significantly. So hopefully that increased access will maybe help a little with the numbers, who knows, but we are trying to offer as many tests as we can.
This is Mitch, can I get a point of clarification here? I'll wait till the cameras. This is Mitch speaking. So some clarification. You said increased. Does that mean the number of people who are taking the test, or do you mean the number of people who have passed the test?
So the number of people taking the test, and I'd have to look, but the pass rates are approximately the same. But the number of people taking the test is about, it has increased significantly. Next slide. So to just kind of talk a little bit more quickly about the about our rules that we have coming, or that just were posted. Just a quick kind of a fun fact, those videos resulted in 126 short videos with approximately 9,000 words. So that was our ASL and English pre-draft rules. Exciting. Next slide. Okay, so just a little bit about the overview of the rules for those of you that maybe haven't been here in the past, or just a refresher. The goal of the rules was to make things more concise, but still meet the act and the current rules requirements. And then also, at the advice of the board and others in the industry, we decided that we'd wait to post those rules publicly until we had both American Sign Language options available and the version of English available. So the YouTube playlist, as mentioned, can be found on our website. To draft these rules, we worked with several members of the board, as well as Michigan Department of Civil Rights, Michigan Department of Education, and then DPAN, Deaf Professionals Arts Network, was the one who helped develop the final videos for voiceover and closed captioning on those, after our wonderful board members helped us with the initial videos. And then we want to allow time for public input, so that will be coming. But the next steps in the process, we'd like to get public comment. And then we will be requesting the formal draft for the rule process. Next slide. So these have been floating out there a little bit, so we felt like it would be important to kind of talk about what, how did these rules get to where we're at today? I know that many of you have been waiting on these rules. So in 23 and 24, we drafted the rules with a small work group. Like I mentioned, the board, as well as MDE and MDCR. So drafted the rules, and then last summer into early fall, they were recorded by the board members into American Sign Language. We held our town hall last October after our board meeting. And then over the winter and spring, we worked on sorting through those videos, editing, developing captions. And then in the summer, the captions were applied, recording of voiceover was done. And in September, we prepared for publication, uploading those onto YouTube for easy viewing. And as of October 6th, the pre-draft rules were published in ASL in English. Next slide. This is just a kind of a clip from our website and what you can see with the QR code and also the pre-draft rule link. You can view these videos in small clips. So if you wanted to just look at the definitions or the rights for deaf individuals, you can jump to those. Those videos are labeled so that you can look at the areas of interest, or if you look at the picture that's on the screen, it says play all on the left-hand side, and you can run through all of the videos in its entirety, all 126 of them. So next slide. Oh, and I think that's it. This is just our contact information. Any questions that you guys have? Diana?
First question. What is the process for the DIs, the deaf interpreters? Have we moved on that? What's going on with that? I want her to answer.
So I'm sorry, you said what was the process for the deaf interpreters?
Certified deaf interpreters. I know that's a national level, but I'm talking about deaf interpreters, DIs here for the state of Michigan. So we have a rule. What are we doing about promoting that here in Michigan?
Promoting it here, is that what you're asking? That's a great question. I honestly don't know what we as
You can tell
Lara
me
are
later.
promoting. We are trying to, anytime we have somebody interested, we do make sure we look at what the requirements are, see if they're qualified, try to expedite if possible. And then, we've mentioned that we've been working with Kenya's team to also, try to, expedite those applications. Larry, did you want to?
Keep in mind that the proposed administrative rules now has a section for deaf interpreters, which, Diana, you're very familiar. We think this is going to give us a great opportunity to increase the number of deaf interpreters, but we do need these rules passed before we can actually start to certify them.
Okay, fine.
He goes back to the back of the room.
My second question. Thanks, Larry. My second question is, says that you're waiting for more input from the community about the rules. How will that be done? Are we waiting for town hall meetings? Are we sending information out to individuals? Am I supposed to write my comments? Are we going to can we send in signed videos? What's that process look like?
Yeah, so we would like to host a town halls to try to get the word out there. Comments, can't be sent in to us, which is on the website, kind of where you can send comments to. So we are collecting any comments and feedback. We have been getting feedback, kind of throughout the process from the various agencies, and also individuals in the field, when we're out at events and things like that.
Last question. This is my last one. So as parents of deaf children, how can they be informed about the rules? Some of them maybe have no idea unless someone else shares it with them, but how do we educate that part of the community about these rules?
Yeah, absolutely. If we're open to suggestions. So if you have any ideas, we do want to share these rules on our social media, which has been done. Also, through word of mouth is obviously important. We've been trying to work with as many agencies since we've posted these publicly to make sure everybody's involved. But I think if you guys have any suggestions on how better we can get to the areas that need to be communicated with, we're open to that. Oh, Larry.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Larry?
So Larry with the department, this is the first time we've ever done rules for this group. And we only have two boards in our, we have our adult foster care board and we have our qualified interpreter boards. So I do really want guidance from you guys on what, we had two fantastic volunteers that worked with us for a long time in drafting these rules. But really, what do you want as the next step? Will there be a board dialogue? Do you guys want to discuss? We had the two volunteers, but does the board want to have a discussion on the proposed rules? How many town halls do you want us to hold? How do we get that information out to various stakeholder groups like the families? And deaf individuals, not just the qualified interpreters. But that's the discussion we need to have because there's nothing in law that requires us to have a town hall. We're one of the few bureaus that actually holds town halls. Because if we go to a once we start the process, we will have a formal public hearing. And during that formal public hearing, if you have to modify the rules in a significant way, you're almost having to start over again. And that's what we try to avoid with all meetings because we don't want that aha moment that we never thought about something in promulgating these rules. And so that's why this type of discussion from the board and should we have town halls? The last town hall we did, we didn't release the rules. And so really nobody had an opportunity to understand word for word what the rules were really doing. So we would seek guidance from the board on really what you guys see as the next step, because we could move right to the formal promulgation process, hold a public hearing, and maybe get these rules in effect within, 6 months. I will caution that just because we're at this stage, it's still another 6 months before these rules take effect, even if everything goes well. So, it's a catch-22. We want these rules in effect because one of the great benefits of these rules is we're going to have potentially more CDIs in the state of Michigan. So any delay is going to be a delay in that part of the rules. I think for the majority, I hope that most people will see the rules as a positive addition to Michigan. So Diane, I hope that kind of answers your question. We're really seeking guidance from you guys.
Yes, that does answer my question. And I'm just wondering, do we have to have a formal town hall or can we call it a community conversation? Like where we go to FAD, Flint Association of the Deaf, we can go to the Detroit community, we can go to other communities. Or do we just leave it as is and just allow the process to happen? I'm not sure what the right process is. Sarah?
A couple of things. This is Sarah. No, am I in the camera? Okay. This is Sarah speaking. I have a couple of things I wanted to add in addition to what you had just said, Diana. I do think it's incredibly important to acknowledge that we don't represent everyone. Some folks think that we're a little bit mean. I think that we're too stringent, that we're excessive. Some people think that we're weak. Everyone has their opinions. So I think it's important to host that town hall in those regions on the west side of the state. We need to host one there. Because typically people tend to overlook the west side of the state, but they are important. And Flint has a strong presence here. Detroit has a strong presence there as well. And if they don't have a lot of interpreters up north, but we can bring those 2 or 3, pull them in.
Or we can go there.
Oh, we can go, that's fine. But the point is, I think it's important to host those town halls, whatever you want to call it, a town hall or a community conversation or community meeting, something like that. But the point is that we need to get that input. And the public comment, when people come out to give a public comment, that's time to express your feelings related to the draft rules. So I do think that is an important piece, that we don't make the decision, the final decision, because people already think we're arrogant enough. So, so we need to calm it down. We're not arrogant. So with that being said, now moving on to the next thing, my thing that I wanted to say. I was mulling over this and I've been thinking about this because a lot of people come to me with a variety of stories related to their experiences with interpreters. And they're typically negative. With that, I thought to myself, how is it that we have accountability within our field and our profession? Just like people out who work at the hospital, who watches, where's the oversight? Who's doing that? When you go into a school, where's the oversight there? If we're going to the courtroom, that's a life or death matter. Yeah, people go to prison for life. Who's doing the oversight there? And what are we supposed to be doing in order to ensure that they have accountability, that I'm held accountable? I've been thinking about this and gone back and forth about it. Like a watchdog, the community watchdog. What does that mean? That means that some deaf people might be willing. Well, now I know it'll be paid. Your time is not free. It'll be paid. My hope. Anyways, I can't say that. I can't say that just most definitely, but that's my hope. I should say that. And so the community members will hopefully be willing to show up into a courtroom and watch the interpreters, because now somebody's watching me. Oh, yeah, you know what? Like, oh my goodness, I have to sharpen up. I've got to shape up, right? There's the other option of the deaf community volunteering to say, hey, I would like to be like a secret shopper. And that means that we, the department or something of that, have a list where they can fill out a form of what the interpreter did and didn't do. Whether it's negative, does that mean that you're immediately going to be in trouble? No, it's just something that'll be logged and recorded. So if a complaint comes in, we already have this history. Oh, and does it make sense? Are you following me? Okay. So I don't know how all of you feel about that, but I really want there to be accountability. Interpreters need to be held accountable for everyone's benefit, and I'm included in that. So I don't know when or how that conversation can happen, but it's really on my heart. It weighs heavy on my heart. Because if you don't know, this is not just a paycheck for me. Interpreting is not just a paycheck for me. This is it's personal to me. My son, my nephew, my parents, but this is personal. This isn't just my paycheck. I don't come here and punch in and out. That's not what happens. Or I don't say no to an assignment and take a different assignment just because. I take this seriously. If I have to back out, I have to give them time in order to make sure that somebody else is going to show up, that I can be replaced. This is their deaf people's lives. And we're postponing people's health care for what? Just because you didn't feel like showing up one day? I mean, come on. Come on. We are better than that. Let's be better than that. We have to be better than that. I expect better than that. And I don't mind coming out and calling people out. I don't care. I can do that. I'm happy that you don't have to like me. I'm comfortable with that. And that's who I am. Okay. So I would like to have a conversation, maybe think about your thoughts and feelings on that, but accountability needs to be happening.
Anything else?
Diane, if I could, this is Larry. I do want to make clear that when we do a town hall or whatever we decide we want to call it, we usually put a time frame that usually like 5 days, 10 days. We need to have your comments within that period of time because we do have to adjust if we hear some comments that we need to adjust some of the rules. So we do put time frames on town halls. We will have the town hall, we'll give an opportunity for comment. Then we will take that comment, review it, see if there needs to be tweaks. And then we will be coming to the board after that town hall to say, this is our final recommendation. We would like the board to give us their blessing to proceed forward into formally promulgating these rules.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I just want to, one short comment. Oh, Sarah, I love your comment. I have those same concerns in regards to accountability. How to file against someone who violates the ethics. How do you prove that? It's hard to prove. And I know as interpreters, I know they get sick of all the negative comments. You know, we don't say too much about the good things that go on, but the majority of interpreters they do have their deaf heart. They are committed to their work and they are accountable and responsible. I do believe that, but yes, there are some that have spoiled it for all. And that makes a negative impression on many people, not just on deaf people, but it makes impressions on people in the medical profession who have to deal with that and all across the board. So I don't think this is, I think we need to have this discussion. I think this is a discussion that needs to be had. I see the head nods. So, and to let you know, we don't get paid for this, right? Mitch, you were sitting over there. You have a comment?
Hi, Mitch speaking. So I have about 4 things that come out of Heather's report. One is about the complaints work. We have 4 complaints. One person, their certification was revoked. Another one, because of other things outside of Michigan, they lost their certification, and the other ones are investigation. So complaints work. So kudos to people. Thank you for filing your complaints.
File.
If people back out at the last minute and you feel like it's unethical, file a complaint. File a complaint. So that's number 1. And thank you to BCHS for making the complaint process work. It's not perfect. I know there's work to be done, but thank you for moving that in the right direction. To the draft rules, I want to first say thank you to BCHS for your commitment. As Shane already has mentioned today, you have been committed to releasing the rules in English and ASL simultaneously. We will not take that for granted. We appreciate that. Thank you. For the community's information, those videos do not mean the rules are set. That is not what that release is. These are our suggestions. These are our thoughts, our ideas. These are the things that we think will improve the situation here in the state of Michigan. And as Sarah just mentioned, we're just, 6, 7, 8 people on this board. We can't speak for everyone in the community. We can't speak for all of you. So we want you to watch the videos, read them, whatever works for you, but we need your input. Your input is invaluable and we will listen. Every time you come for public comment, we take notes. We think about things and we modify. We go back to the draft and we've thought about those things. Those one-on-one conversations I've had with individuals, I think about those things. I've had conversations with Diane, like, oh, I remember I met with this person. We don't say your name, but this person shared an idea with me and they had thoughts around this. So we are actively listening to you and we want your input and we still need your input even from this point on. So my ask for everyone in this room, everyone who's attending, is to please spread awareness. Say, hey, have you seen the videos about the draft rules? You haven't? Let me send them off. Share them widely, share them in your communities. Please, please, please. So check item number 3. I have a question for the two of you about testing dates. In Innovy's report, it stated that one of the barriers to the engagement into the interpreting field is testing. Was it, I don't know if it was not available. I'm wondering, is it that there were not available dates previously, or if they were talking about it was the wait time for results? So our BEI test dates, are they full? Is our schedule full with candidates?
So, I don't believe it's because there's like a significant wait. We have had to put a pause when we moved the test room, which happened late August till just recently. So just over a month. The research that Colleen, Peter, and Heather did earlier this year about BEI states and testing. Michigan was the only one this summer that had any available test dates open through the end of this year. So we are increasing our number of tests. So I think the barriers are outside of not necessarily what's being scheduled, but the pass rates. We know it's a difficult exam. We know there's not a lot of prep courses. So I would guess that would be, part of the testing barrier. But I'm not 100% sure if there was other factors. Yes, there are occasionally times where people will sign up and they'll say, well, this date doesn't really work for me. I'd like to have a later date. So then we wait, offer it to somebody else. Sometimes that gets pushed out a little bit, depending on people's availability. So all of those things come into play, people's personal preferences, what we have available. But I will say Colleen, Heather, and Peter do an excellent job of offering these tests very regularly, almost on a weekly basis, sometimes more than once a week, with the exception of this last, 4 or 5 weeks where we had to pause, but we're moving things. But offering it very often, whether it be BEI Advanced, Basic, or Masters, or the TEPs. So we are offering as often as we can, but I'm hoping that's not a barrier. We don't have large wait lists, but right now we have a bit of one to catch up on from August, September. Oh, Larry has something to add.
This is Larry. I want to mention something else. One, I want to recognize the great work that Shane and Innovy and the team did on this survey. But the other thing we did, as a department, we told Shane, we don't want to interfere with the report. The report is the report. We want it to be transparent. We're not going to tweak it because somebody's comment didn't fit with our narrative. So there were some comments in there where we thought we had done some improvement, or we thought maybe the comment was not completely understanding, so like the testing comment, but we said, leave those in there because that was somebody's impression. So we just want people to understand that when we work with Innovy, we said, this is your report as an independent researcher. We don't want to tweak anything in it. So.
Mitch here. I understand that. Thank you, Larry, for those comments. When I looked at that comment, I was a little bit puzzled. It was I had not heard myself about testing days being a barrier. I am familiar with results, and they are two different things. We can control test dates. The other scores and results are harder for us to control. So I just wanted to get that clarification. I am to my final item, number 4. It really is two-pronged, but just bear with me here. You did mention here that you met with the EIPA Boys Town and also Texas BEI. Can you tell us a little bit more about what you talked about? Did you have any next steps, or what came out of that? Was that a fruitful conversation?
Yeah, if you don't mind me going off of memory. Yeah, so when we met with Boys Town, we talked to them about some of the things we were hearing, the wait times for turnaround times, those types of things for rating and testing. I think that time is getting shorter. They also talked to us about their history and how they got to where they are at today, which was really fascinating, by the way. But the research that they do, the potential for issuing another version of the exam coming up. They'd like to start writing the next version. So these are all potentials as far as the next version. They haven't started that yet to my knowledge, but they did mention it. We talked to them about the feedback we've heard in Michigan. I think almost every event that I go to, someone comes up and says, Heather, what's going on with this? We've been waiting, or we don't understand why there's such a long wait. And because BCHS is a bit distanced from the actual testing process, it was Colleen, Heather, and Peter and I decided, let's meet with them and see what's going on just for our own knowledge. So that kind of was what we discussed with them about what were the barriers they were seeing, what were some of the solutions. Does that answer that part of the question?
Yes, Mitch responding, yes. So I do have a follow-up question, and I will limit myself, I promise. Did Texas say, or EIPA, did either of them say was there any involvement any way we could help them expedite the process? Is there anything that we could do from here to help with that process?
For as far as the EIPA, I don't recall any suggestions. Colleen, do you remember any suggestions on how we can expedite the EIPA piece? There was, as far as action on BCHS.
This is Colleen speaking. Expedite the time it takes the test or the new version?
The results? Yeah, Mitch here. The results are coming, right? That's the piece I'm talking about. From the time that I take the test to receiving the results and becoming potentially certified, anything we can do to shorten that wait time. It's my understanding that the EIPA, it's like 1 year that people are waiting for their results. 1 year is a long time. And so the sense that I have is that the EIPA is probably going to be harder for us to be involved in. We don't really have a direct relationship with Boys Town, but with the BEI, we do have a direct relationship with Texas, DARS, whatever their state office is, Office of Disability and something. I don't remember, but they oversee BEI. Any potential, like if we pay them more money, will they expedite our results? Is there anything we can do?
More
Shh, Sarah, shh, shh.
So for the BEI, or I'm sorry, the EIPA, they did not share with us anything like as far as what we can do to help expedite that process. I have heard recently it's been a little less than a year. Still not great, but I mean better than 13 months. I think I heard at one point. So I think we're down to 9 to 11 months, which is still a long time, but I think they're working on it and very aware of the problem and attempting to come up with a solution on that. As far as BEI, so we are planning to visit Texas and observe their process in the next few months or so and just see. We have come to them because they'll call, sometimes they send us concerns about, oh, we've heard this from an applicant. We've heard that there may be some barriers on our end, and they'll go straight to Texas instead of coming to us. So we just recently, which Larry reminded me to add to today, but then I said, well, we're not there yet. But we're hoping to have a survey up and running for our testers post-test to try and get some like feedback, what's going well, what did they like, what didn't they like? Was there any concerns about their testing process from our perspective of what we can control? And as far as rating, we've seen a faster turnaround time when we've had some concerns about like maybe a test needed to be retested for some reason. Texas has been good with us recently about when we ask to expedite the rating process. I know that doesn't help with the everyday thing, or the everyday testing, but it is kind of it alleviates lessens the stress on some of those that are having to retest, which is a small number, very, very small number. Only a few have had to do that, but so they are expediting when there is like a high priority need. And we're hoping when we go to Texas to kind of check out their process. We've talked to them about several things, not just like the testing process, but just in general, how they're doing things, and things we want to collaborate on with them. And so they have welcomed us to come to Texas. So we'd like to go there, visit, see what their process is, see what their rating process is. I don't know if we'll be able to time it at the same time, but at least get some information on what does that rating team look like? What are they doing? Because that is a bit of a gray area. While we know the general overview of it, it's the details are a little blurry just because we don't do the rating in Michigan. So we'd like to talk to their teams about that.
Enjoy your trip. Texas.
I want to let you know that previously I did go to Texas when we were deciding to keep the QA or transfer the testing process to the BEI in Texas. That was a long time ago. But they did show us the process, the testing process, and all of that. And we did have a BII rating team here in Michigan, but for some reason, politics or finances, that has been shut down. And I'm just wondering, and I'm just still concerned about that failure rate. We can't welcome people into the pipeline if they keep failing. And that seems to be a barrier. And, I know it's a long process getting all the ITP programs together and that, but it's also encouraging students who are in high school to continue on in college into those programs. And if they can't pass, they can't advance. I mean, they'll never be able to meet the requirement if they can't pass at this rate. And so many interpreters are going to retire before we can fill that gap. James?
Thank you. This is great. So many things in the meeting minutes that I've read up to now, I see you putting these up. I'm like, oh, look, I can connect all these dots. These all are aligned. So this is great. This is an important piece that we can look at our actions that we've done and where we are now and make those connections. An example of that is with Innovi. What they have said, remember they talked about the percentage of how many deaf people are confident that they are going to receive a quality interpreter. Over 50% said, somewhat, or less than that, and maybe not confident at all. So if we are focusing on quickly putting these people through the pipeline, creating more interpreters, is that going to impact the confidence rating? So again, we have to go back. I think it's that interpreting ecosystem. We cannot move forward and say, here, there is one single answer. That is not, we cannot do it that way. We can't. So thank you for moving very carefully and intentionally because we are, our skin is crawling. I know we want to get through this. We're just chomping at the bit. But when you see deaf people involved in the research and they tell us that if we expedite the process, things will go awry. We will not be successful. And this is something that the community needs to be patient. We need to wait. We need to be collective in our conversations. We need to be implementing and supporting each other to do what we can without just pointing the finger at one entity or externally. We as professionals, we as members of the community need to do more. That watchdog idea has come up in a few areas. I see that theme and I support it. I love the idea. Does it belong here? I'm not sure. Could it be housed within another organization? Just throwing that out there. I'm not, yeah, we can have a conversation. Let's have those conversations, right? But it's an important part of it. The amazing thing is that BCHS has really empowered us. They are saying to us, hey, we'll do the work to get the data. We'll invest in the data, but we have to do the work, right? The more information we have, the more data we have, then we can be more informed in our decision-making as we move forward. And also, the organizations and communities can create that pathway and help us to navigate to get where we need to go and help us figure out what we need. I think that's an important part of this.
Any more questions? No more questions. Thank you for your report. And personally, for me, this is Diana speaking personally. In the ITP programs, I see less and less and less deaf instructors. And I really believe that students need deaf instructors within the ITP programs. And it requires now a master's to teach ASL 1 or 2. And I think those people can be moved also to the interpreting part. So these ITP programs need to hire more deaf instructors and also educate our deaf students for the future that they can become ASL instructors. They can teach linguistics. There's a multitude of things that can be involved. And I think it would be a win-win for everybody. Because you can't learn without us and we need them. So that's just my personal thoughts. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, and thank all of you on the board for being so dedicated and engaged in this. We really have found that all of the feedback that you've given us to be very valuable. So I just wanted to express our appreciation for BCHS and how hard you've worked to help us get the rules out, support us with the survey and any questions we've had and learning the journey of what's important for the deaf community in QI. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure about my experience with other states or boards, but I'm impressed here with BCHS and the collaboration we've had and the open communication. Most places it's just like, hi, you see the gavel, you pass a motion, and kind of this process has just been so wonderful. So I know you're all sitting here and patiently waiting for public comment. Yes. So, right? Okay. Colleen has those. So we have public comment. Please remember that we can't make any changes without public comment. Yes, you come up here and you come up and you give your comments and we will make notes and add it to our process. So, Colleen?
Hello again, this is Colleen speaking. For the public comment portion of the meeting, we will first take public comment from the audience, and looks like we have one card. We do have cards out in the hall if you want to fill it out to speak as well. It just helps us keep track. The first comment card I have is Deb Atwood.
go in the bathroom. Yeah, great.
Are we on now? Ooh. Okay, I'll make it short because, we all want to go home. Since we are a testing site, Erica told me her and Jen Koloff are in charge of that. EIPA results the gradings are now out in March, so we're looking at 7 months. You just can't get enough of me, can you, James? That's why you want to do that. You want to hear me again, you and your husband. So, 7 months. It was 13 months. Now it's at 7 months. We have a lot of spots open. So that is good. I want to really quick go back to actionable recommendations from Shane. We were talking about VRI. We were talking about how it goes down, it's not connecting right, it's falling, so on and so forth. I want to make sure we are including in that they are using certified interpreters that have what we need in this state as far as the medical, the endorsements. Must have that. Not all deaf know to ask, can I see your card? Can you show me your card? Must happen, because it's happening way too often, because we're getting all these agencies from out of state, across the country. That's got to happen. Second one, I was going to ask Larry, BCHS. We've been approached by a couple of medical facilities, hospitals, if we could do some kind of a orientation video for the deaf. Sure, we can do that, but I don't have the money, nor I don't have the time. Can you guys come up with something like that? Something like that? How do we work with the deaf? What do we do with the deaf? So on and so forth, so they can insert it into their orientation. You got it. You would be the best person to do that. The last thing, I'm so impressed with all the male interpreters here today. I don't ever think I've seen this many male interpreters in one room in my entire life. I mean, has anybody? Has anybody? No offense, Diana, no offense, Sarah, but look at this. The role model that you are setting up for male interpreters. Thank you for that. Absolutely. Thank you for that. I want to thank Shane. I met Shane 5 years ago. He does these outstanding, his company does these outstanding summits. And I went to 2 different ones. Oh my God. Absolutely. If you ever have a chance to go to them, go to them. I met with him. I met his team. We have been ever since then. And just to thank him for all the work that he has done. Larry, thank you for taking him on. I know it was a huge investment. But thank you, and that's all I got.
Thank you. Next, we have Jessica Contreras.
Hello. I would like to start by saying thank you for opening up for public comment. My public comment is on behalf of myself as a deaf consumer who has moved to the state of Michigan and has been here for 3 months. I have experienced a variety of interpreters in many different states. And one thing that I have been very impressed about in the state of Michigan is that you have very, very high standards. My concern about that is those standards are almost impossible for new interpreters to get into the field. I do understand that we're trying to do a delicate dance of making sure that there are qualified interpreters that show up in situations, but at the same time, how can we increase the pool of interpreters who service the deaf consumers? So one thing I've thought about and I've said, what are the statistics of deaf people in the state of Michigan? And it seems that at the last count in 2018, there was about 800,000. That number is astonishing for the state. I did a quick search in the RID certified interpreters, how many we have in Michigan. We have 250. I just looked, 250. Now, when I add the folks with the BEI, the EIPA, that number actually dwindles. And I'm not sure, how can that number service 800,000 people? It impacts people like her son, people like myself, trying to do my job and do it well and try to attend meetings. And I have to cancel because I can't access interpreting services. So overall, I think that you have a challenging job of balancing impact and quality and qualifications. So something I'd just like to throw out and just to think about perspective. I love, the standards. They're great, but are they too challenging? I don't know.
Thank you. Looks like we have one more. Michelle DeHogue.
Hi, my name is Michelle DeHogue, and this is my sign name. I just became a certified interpreter last year, but I learned sign from the deaf community and from people from all over the world. So anyways, I think there's just a few small things that need to be changed to improve the process. For example, when I went into the testing room, it was a tiny room, but there was a huge TV. So it was hard to see it clearly, to position myself in that room. And also, a high quality TV with a low quality video makes it even more difficult to understand. Things were very grainy. So things like the room setup, or I had to send my application in the mail. And it took quite some time for me to finally, for Lansing to let me know that, we have your application, you can test. It's like, okay. But Lansing didn't tell me first. I saw that they had deposited my check. So I reached out and said, you've deposited my check, but what's going on? I've heard nothing. And then it was like, oh, okay, we can give you a test date. We now have some available. So there are things like that that are not huge changes, but really would significantly improve the experience of incoming interpreters with the process. Thank you.
Thank you. That looks like it can, oh, we have one more in-person comment, and then we'll move to the ones on Zoom. We have Kara Brown next.
Hi, everyone. I would like to briefly let you know about BCHS and Lara and the testing and the scheduling of the test. So I sent my check July 2025. Heard nothing. So gave it some time. We get into August, September. I had still heard nothing. And I thought, okay, this is interesting. So I sent an email at the end of September. On September 30th, I heard back letting me know that BCHS, Lara, sent me an email saying that we're currently working on our room and we will let you be in touch to set up a date. And I have still not heard anything. So I have had to initiate those conversations. It is possible I missed an email letting me know that they were doing renovations and that testing was on hold. It is possible that I missed that. I did look to see if I had accidentally deleted anything. But it's been since July that my check has been deposited and I haven't heard a single thing. It's now October. And I do have my standard level 2. I do. But I would like to add to show the world that I can pass multiple tests, but I have been just waiting. And so I am looking forward to going into the testing room, that it's nice and beautiful and upgraded and updated. I'm looking forward to that. But it's been, if I count, almost 4 months, and I've not heard anything or had a date set. So thank you.
Thank you. Now, moving on to any comments that might be on Zoom. Someone mentioned they were having trouble raising their hand on the Zoom platform. Perhaps they could type, chat. They had a problem with chat. Okay. So hopefully they were able to make it.
Colleen, we do have Susan Lundy that would like to speak, who's on Zoom.
Susan is deaf. She is gonna need her camera on.
Hi. Okay, I think my camera's on. Can you, everyone see me? Great. Yes, you can see me. Should I start? I can't see the audience, so I need, okay, if you're telling me to go, I'll go. Sorry. My name is Susan, and I am from DEFCAN. I have watched the board discussions, and there are a few things that I would like to share. There was a conversation about the subcommittee. I think you should be including deaf board members in that subcommittee. I think it has to be balanced, so that you have a balance. You need a deaf person's perspective as much as you need the perspective of hearing people in an interpreter training program. I thought someone was talking to me. No. Okay. All right. So that's one item. Second, sorry, I'm not sure what just happened. Okay, sorry, something popped up on my screen. I also would like to speak to Teresa Miracle's comment from CAC. I would also agree with her comment about interpreters backing out at the last minute. You're right. Where is the accountability for that? I'm sure that there are some reasons other than being sick. Sick is out of people's control, but I'm sure that there are other things that cause that to happen, and people need to be held accountable. Also, as Diana has said about going and seeing the BEI testing and having the rating system, I think we could bring that back down the road, but I think we need to think about the test itself. It's been many years that they've used the same. Have you thought about buying a new test? Something that's maybe more modern, or maybe some updated signs that are more current. I think that's something that we have to think about, what may be different from the test that we currently use that might be more, if you use something more current. So it may be because your test is old that it's causing the TV to be grainy. Maybe it doesn't align with the smart TVs or the 4K or whatever that is. Okay, I think that covers all of my comments that I have for now. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you.
I can't see you guys, so thank you.
The next public comment is from Yakata.
I'm
Did
the
it
head of
say
this
it
meeting.
wrong?
Okay.
Yakata, you should be ready, all set to go.
Yukara's having issues. She says she's in webinar and she can't. For some odd reason, she can't. Yeah.
How do you should get a prompt to be promoted? To panelist.
Not on the phone.
Okay. Push a button.
I got you. You on the mic?
Hello, everyone. Yukata Nichols here. Just two things. Going back to testing, the numbers. Do we have a breakdown of if these are first-time testers or a mix of both? Retesting and first-time testers. And if it's a mix of both, can we have the data split to where it has first-time test takers and those who are retesting? Second is related to the draft rules. I'm through them really quickly, but there is two parts that I would like for you all to consider. So part A, application, page 14, subsection J, the BEI needs for associate's degree or higher. Can we consider adding alternative pathways for those for degree requirements? Not everyone can go back to school to get a degree, but still have the qualifications. And if we're kind of mirroring off of RID has alternative pathways to make sure that people who don't have a bachelor's degree can still obtain their, oh, now I'm connected to the dang on thing. Anyway, they have alternative pathways in order to make sure that they are able to test. And so that will also go into subsection B, 4B. Oh, yeah. 4B testing, page 15, subsection D, an official transcript verifying associate's degree or higher. That language need to be changed as well if we're going to do alternative pathways. And that is it for now. Thank you, Sarah.
You, Yukata. Thank you. Thank you.
That is all the online comments that we have.
Okay. Public comments are now closed. The next item is announcements. Mitch?
Honorable Chairperson, I would like to move that we approve our responsibility, would designate that to them, to BCHS, to post a public notice of our board meetings under Section 5 of the Open Meetings Act, meaning that we don't have to do anything. They will have to do it for us. That's my proposal. This is Sarah. I second that.
Wonderful. We have a motion on the floor. To delegate those responsibilities to BCHS. Any discussion? We have a second. Any discussion? All in support? Any opposed? Motion is passed. You read my mind. Thank you. Okay, we've been working together long enough. We can almost read each other's minds, which is a little scary. Okay, and now the proposals of motion for adjournment. Sarah motions
Second.
to adjourn.
I get
Second,
a
Miles
second.
seconds. Our meeting is now adjourned. Thank you for your support and involvement.